calls the case of the state of Florida versus Anthony John Todt, representing the state of Florida, please.
Danielle, Pinnell, and Kelly Hicks for the state of Florida.
Thank you. Representing Mr. Todt. Mr. Wesley, good morning.
Your Honor. I was deep in Monday thought.
Understood. Representing Mr. Todt.
Yes, sir, we're present.
Thank you. Are there any pretrial matters we need to discuss prior to bringing in the jury? Defense?
Nothing the defense, Your Honor.
State?
No, Your Honor, I believe this out to them, yes.
Well, I wouldn't be up to it.
Good morning, Ms. Smith. Smith, I understand we're waiting on a juror to arrive, so we're going to be in a brief holding pattern. Any pretrial matters that need discussion? All right. Is it still the defense's intention to defer opening statements?
Yes.
Thank you.
Judge, I'm just going to test the audio to make sure.
County Sheriff Office and Record Lunch just begin. I can help you.
Is that an adjustment for height? Thanks.
Right, we are back on the record. The court's been made aware that we have all our jurors. Going to bring in the jury panel, please. may be seated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning. I want to thank you for your diligence and your promptness this morning in returning to the courthouse. We are going to begin the case of the state of Florida versus Anthony John Todt. After each lengthy break, I am going to ask you a couple of questions. This is a raise of the hand question. Has everyone been able to follow the court's instructions not to discuss the facts of this case with anyone and not to conduct any independent research? If that is correct, please raise your hand. I see all hands in the jury box. Thank you. You may put your hands down. Has anyone been exposed to any media coverage or any information about this case outside of the courtroom? If you'll please raise your hand. I see no hands. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point during the trial, the state of Florida is going to have an opportunity to give an opening statement. The defense will have the same opportunity later in the trial. What the attorneys say is not evidence at this portion in the trial, but do listen closely to the argument. It is intended to give you a guide as to what they believe the evidence will show. Ms. Pinnell, whenever you're ready.
Good morning. December of 2019 started out like every other December for the Todt family. The evidence will show that at some point in the middle of December, the extended family of the Todts began to get worried. And you're going to hear a call made by the defendant's sister, Chrissy Caplet, and she calls the sheriff's office asking for somebody to go and check on the well-being of the defendant and the rest of his family. You're going to hear that the sheriff's office went out to 202 Reserve Place in Celebration multiple times. They also went to 211 Longview Avenue and checked the condo multiple times to no avail. You're going to hear from the evidence that on January 13th of 2020, law enforcement finally made contact with the defendant. They made contact with the defendant at 202 Reserve Place in Celebration. You're going to hear testimony that when law enforcement officers entered the home, they immediately noticed an odor that was familiar to them. They immediately noticed an odor of decomposition. And law enforcement made contact with the defendant, who advised them that his wife, Megan Todt, was upstairs sleeping. He advised law enforcement that his daughter, Zoe Todt, was maybe in the garage. And you're going to hear from the law enforcement officers that went into the master bedroom in that second story of that home and located Megan Todt, Zoe Todt, Alexander Todt, and Tyler Todt, all deceased. They also located the dog Breezy, also deceased. And it was obvious to law enforcement, you're going to hear from them, that they had been deceased for quite some time. And you're going to hear also from the crime scene technician, Emily Seda. And Emily Seda is going to tell you that she responded to that home. She documented everything using photographs, and you're going to have an opportunity to see those photographs as well. You're going to have an opportunity to see the various items that were collected from the home. Mainly, there was a lot of bottles of Benadryl. There was some empty boxes of Benadryl. You're going to hear from Emily Seda that she took those empty bottles and boxes of Benadryl that were found throughout the house, and she processed them. And she's going to tell you about the process, and the evidence will show that on some of those items, fingerprints were lifted. And you're going to hear from Erin West, who took those fingerprints and compared them to the defendant's fingerprints and found the defendant's fingerprints on the different Benadryl bottles and boxes. You're going to also have an opportunity to hear from Dr. Jennifer Nara. Dr. Jennifer Nara had during her tenure at the medical examiner's office, had the opportunity to perform the autopsies on Megan Todt, Alexander Todt, Tyler Todt, and Zoe Todt. And she's going to come and tell you about her findings from the autopsies. You're also going to hear from Dr. Bruce Goldberger. He's going to tell you, he is a toxicologist, and he is going to tell you about what the different toxicology results from the medical examiner's office mean. You're also going to have an opportunity to hear from Detective Cole Miller. Detective Cole Miller was assigned as the lead detective in this case. He responded to 202 Reserve Place for a period of time. He attended the autopsies in this case. He also had the opportunity to speak with the defendant. Detective Cole Miller spoke with the defendant on January 13th, the day that he initially came in contact with law enforcement. And he also spoke with the defendant on January 15th, a couple days later. You're going to have an opportunity to hear the defendant and Detective Cole Miller's conversation. And you're going to be informed by the defendant in his interview that he is the one that took the lives of Megan Todt, Alexander Todt, Tyler Todt, and Zoe Todt. You're going to have an opportunity to hear that the defendant, sometime between December 14th of 2019 and Christmas in 2019, went into Zoe Todt's room while she was asleep, and he took the time to sit with her, and then he rolled over on top of her until she suffocated. Next, he went to Alexander Todt's room that was also upstairs. You're gonna hear information, and you're gonna also see photographs that show that Alexander Todt and Tyler Todt shared a room. Alexander Todt was older. He's the oldest child. And he was sleeping upstairs. Tyler Todt, at the time of his death, was downstairs. You're going to hear that the defendant told Detective Miller that he went next to Alexander Todt and he suffocated Alexander Todt, and he also stabbed Alexander Todt in his abdomen. And the evidence will show that after Alexander Todt was dead, he went downstairs to Tyler Todt, who was sleeping on a sofa bed in the playroom. And you're going to hear that the defendant was more concerned about Tyler Todt because Tyler Todt was the fastest. He was afraid that if something didn't go the way that he wanted, Tyler Todt would escape. The evidence will show that he did the same thing to Tyler Todt that he did to Alexander Todt. He suffocated Tyler Todt, and he also stabbed Tyler Todt in the abdomen. The defendant is also, in his interview, talks about Megan Todt. And the defendant in his interview says that Megan Todt and himself had an agreement that everybody needed to die in order to pass over to the other side together because the apocalypse was coming. And you'll hear that in the defendant's interview. So the defendant says that Megan Todt, she ended up having 2 stab wounds to her abdomen as well, and you'll hear that from the medical examiner. The defendant told law enforcement that Megan did that to herself. And as best as she tried, that didn't work. And so the defendant took a pillow and suffocated Megan Todt as well. And you're going to hear right before he suffocated and took the life of Megan Todt that he also suffocated Breezy the dog. And then the defendant says that after everybody was dead, he took all of their bodies and placed them all into the master bedroom. The photos that you will see in this case show two twin beds on the floor in the master bedroom where Tyler Todt and Alexander Todt were located. There's a bed in the master bedroom, either a queen or a king-size bed, a pretty large bed. Megan Todt was found in that bed as well as Zoe Todt. Breezy the dog was found on the floor on a dog bed. And all of this was in the master bedroom. The evidence will also show that the defendant, since the date of their deaths until January 13th of 2020 when he was found by law enforcement, stayed in the room as well. And the evidence will show, after you have an opportunity to hear everything, the state's confident, you're going to return verdicts of guilty in this case. Thank you.
You may call your first witness.
And Judge, defense will invoke the rule of sequestration officially for the record.
Thank you. Rule of sequestration has been invoked. I'll ask all parties to discuss with any potential witnesses not to discuss the facts of the case with anyone and to remain in the hallway until they are called. Of course.
The state would call Sergio Montanus.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to enter in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Good morning. Will you please say your first and last name and spell both for the record?
Sergio Montanus,
Can you spell both of them?
Sergio. Last name is Montanez, Montanez.
How are you employed? Where do you work?
Osceola County Sheriff Office.
How long have you been with the sheriff's office?
A little bit over 7 years.
What do you do for the sheriff's office?
I'm a 911 communications operator.
Do you answer calls for service from the community?
Yes, ma'am.
Are all of the calls that you take part in recorded?
Yes, ma'am.
And on December 29th of 2019, did you receive a call from somebody who identified herself as Chrissy Caplet?
Yes.
And this call was audio recorded?
Yes, ma'am.
For the record, the state showed defense what's been marked states JJ for identification. May I approach the witness? Have you had an opportunity to listen to the recording on that disc?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that recording fairly and accurately depict the call that you received from Chrissy Caplet on December 29th of 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
I approach the witness?
Yes. State counsel, defense counsel, I appreciate the formality. You'll be able to move about the courtroom as you need to without permission.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to introduce what's been marked states JJ for identification. The evidence is states 1.
No objection, Judge.
Will be received as states 1.
County Sheriff Office, record line just speaking. How can I help you?
Hey, it's Ariana over at KPD. I have a transfer for you. It's for an attempt to locate. She said the address is 202 Reserve Place. I'll put her through whenever you're ready.
Okay. All right. You can put him through. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am. Osceola County's on the line. Okay, thank you.
Hello, ma'am. Can I have your phone number just in case we get disconnected, please?
I'm sorry?
Your phone number just in case we get disconnected?
Yep, it's 860-235-6230.
Okay. And how can we help you?
I'm wondering if somebody can do a wellness check on my brother and his family. They've been really sick for probably like the past week and a half, and I can't seem to get a hold of them.
Okay, give me just a moment. And let me see, I think you said 202 Reserve Place, that's your address?
202 Reserve Place in Celebration.
Okay.
I'm calling from Connecticut, so I mean, obviously there's no way for me to easily check. He doesn't have any of the family down there.
Give me one moment, please. All right. When was the last time you heard from them, ma'am?
The last time I physically talked to him was on, last time I physically talked to him was either Monday or Tuesday, and he was texting my sisters and I up until Thursday. Was supposed to call us between yesterday and today, and we haven't been able to get a hold of him. I can't get a hold of him, my sister-in-law, or even my nephew.
Okay, what is your name?
My name is Chrissy, Chrisssy. Last name is Caplet, C-A-P as in Peter, L-E-T as in Tom.
And they're going to have 860-235-6230. Would that be a cell phone or is that a landline?
Nope, that is my cell phone.
Now, that address, is that an apartment or is that a house?
He's renting a house.
Okay. All right. And what are their names?
My brother's name is Tony. My sister-in-law's name is Megan. And then there's three kids are Alec.
What is the last name for
Tyler.
Tony?
Oh, I'm sorry, Todt. T-O-D as in David, T as in Tom.
So T-O-D-T?
Yes.
Okay, but how old he is approximately?
How old is he? He's 44.
Okay, do you have a cell phone number or phone number for him?
I do. He's not, his phone, I think it's turned off. His number, is 860-884-0752.
Do you know what kind of vehicle he drives?
No, my sister-in-law has a red, it's a red van. I think it's a Chrysler. But he flies down, he lives up here during the week and he flies down for the weekend, so he usually has, I think he's got a rental when he goes down there.
Okay, what is your sister-in-law's name?
My sister-in-law's name is Megan Todt.
And do you have a phone number for her?
She's 860-917-6465.
Okay, and who else lives there in the house?
It's my two nephews and my niece. Alec, A-L-E-K, is 13.
Okay. And your niece?
Tyler is...
Oh, so you got two nephews and one niece?
Two nephews and one niece.
Oh.
Alec Todt is Tyler, T-Y-L-E-R. He is 10.
Uh-huh.
And my niece, Zoe, is 4.5.
Okay. You said they were sick or something like that you mentioned at the beginning?
Yeah, they've been really sick. I guess they've had the flu. but they've had the flu probably for a couple weeks. They were really down and out during Christmas. The only one we've been able to talk to is my brother, and now, like I said, we can't get hold of any of them. We heard from him. I think it was last time. Like I said, I heard from him was Thursday, and he was supposed to call us. He was supposed to check in with us yesterday, and then he was, because they were doing their Christmas yesterday supposedly, and then he was supposed to call us today. And none of my sisters or my mother has heard from him, and we can't get a hold of him.
Okay. All right, we're going to have somebody come over. Then when the deputies get there, they're going to call you from the block a private number to let you know the outcome, okay?
Okay, thank you so much.
It is my pleasure. Have a good night, ma'am.
All right, bye.
Bye-bye.
It has no further questions.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
No, Judge.
Thank you. May Mr. Montanez step down?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is he released from subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Montanez.
The state would call Robert Barroso, Deputy Robert Barroso.
Morning, Your Honor.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to enter in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Will you please say your first and last name and spell your last name for the record?
Sure. First name is Robert. Last name is Barroso. Barroso.
How are you employed?
I'm with the Osceola County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the sheriff's office?
With this Sheriff's Office, I've been 11 years.
On December 31st of 2019, were you assigned an attempt to contact for Anthony Todt and Megan Todt?
I was not assigned an attempt to contact. I had not an attempt to contact.
At some point during 2019, early January 2020, did you attempt to contact Anthony Todt or Megan Todt?
Yes.
Where did you attempt to contact them at?
I attempted to contact them at the Longview address and at the Reserve address.
Okay. Would those addresses be 202 Reserve Place and 211 Longview Avenue?
That's correct.
How many times did you, or when did you go and attempt to make contact?
I believe, yes, it would be January the 2nd. I attempted at both locations, and January the 7th.
At either of the locations, did you get a response?
I did not.
Did you knock on the door?
Yes, I did.
From the outside of the residence, do you remember, if you recall, whether the blinds were open or shut, whether you could see inside?
I don't believe the blinds were, it was closed.
Okay.
Yes.
Did you leave anything at either of the residents that would indicate that you were there?
Yes.
What did you leave?
I left business cards at each location for them to get a contact back.
What information was on the business card that you left?
My name, the sheriff's information on the card, and a phone number for them to get a call back.
Did you circle the phone number?
Yes, I did.
Did anybody from the Todt family call you?
No.
State has no further questions for this witness.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
No, Your Honor.
May Deputy Barroso step down?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is he excused from subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Deputy.
State would call Stephanie Koffinas. Yes, ma'am.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to enter in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Will you please say your first and last name and spell your last name?
Stephanie Koffinas, Koffinas.
How are you employed?
I'm employed with the Osceola County Sheriff's Office.
What do you do with the sheriff's office?
I'm a 911 dispatcher.
Did you receive a call on January 10th of 2020 from somebody who identified themselves as Chrissy Caplet?
Yes.
Was this phone call recorded?
Yes, ma'am.
For the record, I'm approaching the witness of what's been marked state's KK for identification previously shown to defense counsel. Did you have an opportunity to listen to the recording on that disc?
Yes.
Does that recording fairly and accurately depict the call that you received from Chrissy Caplet in January of 2020?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to introduce into evidence what's been marked states KK for identification into evidence as states 2.
No objection.
KK will be received as states 2. Granted.
Osceola County Sheriff's Office is Vantage Quarter. This is Stephanie. How can I help you? Hi, Tiffany? I'm sorry? Is that what Stephanie? Hi, I don't know who I need to speak with. I'm curious if I can have a wellness check done. What's the address for the wellness check? The address for the wellness check is 202 Reserve Place in Celebration. I had actually called on December 29th, and I had an officer go out because I was concerned. My brother and his family, they had all been sick, but there's actually been more developments. There's actually an active, and I just in conversations with my sister, my sister-in-law was making a comment about, and we just kind of put it all together about basically the world ending on the 28th, and nobody has talked to them. Nobody physically talked to my sister-in-law since the 26th of December, and my brother has stopped texting as of Monday. So I don't know if there's a way that somebody can go out. They are renting a place. They're actually being evicted from that property. But that's the last place that we know that they were supposedly at. But they have a condo that's right around the corner as well. Okay. What's your phone number? My phone number is 860-235-6230. What's your sister-in-law's name? My sister-in-law's name is Megan, Megan. Last name is Todt, T-O-D as in David, T as in Thomas. My brother's name is Tony, Tony. Same last name. They have 3 kids.
And so they think the world is ending and you're worried they're going to
because of a lot of stuff that's been happening, that there could be something a little bit more happening. I forgot I'm
wrong. You said Connecticut? I'm so sorry.
Yes. We live in Connecticut. He flew back to Florida on the 22nd of November. We didn't find out about all this until the week of Christmas, and we've had a very, very hard time getting anything from him, and he has stopped all communications. And we have not spoken to Megan. Nobody's heard from Megan.
You said since Monday. That was the
6th. The last time anybody talked to my brother, text my brother, not even talking, text my brother was on the 6th.
Yeah, does anybody have any medical conditions?
Yes. My sister-in-law, we're not exactly sure. That's the other part of this. Supposedly they were all sick with the flu around that time, but she has some liver issues,
and there could be some other health issues that I'm not 100% sure of, but the last time that we had and like I said, I called down on the 29th, the police did go, they checked with the neighbors, and the neighbors said that nobody had been there. I had been messaging some of the neighbors, but it's just really strange. Yeah, and I actually spoke with one of the agents up here, and he even recommended to call back down there and see if we can have another wellness check. Okay, all right, I have a call and I'll get somebody out there, okay? Okay, thank you. And you said it was 860-235-6230 is your phone number? Yes. Okay, if somebody calls you, it's going to come in and is that'd be a good thing to get you in. Complainant is, what's your first name? Chrissy, Chrissy. Last name is Caplet, CAT as in Peter, LET as in Tom. And yes, I know it'll come in restricted. That's great. All right, perfect. All right, someone will call you, okay? Thank you. Bye-bye.
State has no further questions.
Cross-examination.
No questions, Your Honor.
May Ms. Koffinas step down?
Yes, Your Honor.
She excused from subpoena.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
State would call Deputy Alexander Hogue.
Swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to enter in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Will you please say your first and last name and spell your last name?
Yes. Alexander Hogue, last name Hogup.
How are you employed?
Currently, I'm employed by the Osceola County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the Sheriff's Office?
It will be 9 years next month.
On January 10th of 2020, did you respond to 202 Reserve Place in an effort to make contact with Anthony Todt and his family?
I did.
Is 202 Reserve Place located in Osceola County, Florida?
It is.
What were you wearing at the time that you went to the residence?
I was wearing a standard Class B uniform, a standard patrol uniform. Prominent insignia, sheriff's badge.
Is it similar to what you're wearing now with the exception of that it's short sleeve?
Yeah, short sleeve and no tie.
What type of vehicle did you drive?
I was driving a Dodge Charger with a sheriff's office decals and a light bar.
About 4:51 in the afternoon, did you arrive at the 202 Reserve Place?
Yes.
Was it daylight out still?
It was still light out.
What did you notice about the front of 202 Reserve Place?
The blinds were all closed. There was no cars parked in front.
Did you go up to the door?
I did.
What did you do when you got to the door?
I knocked and rang the doorbell several times.
Did anybody answer?
No one answered.
Did you see anything around the door that caught your attention?
Yes, there was a case card from our agency stuck in the door just above the doorknob from one of our civil deputies.
Would that be Deputy Barroso?
I believe so, yes.
Are you aware of another address that's connected to 202 Reserve Place?
Yes, there's another address, a condo on Longview Avenue associated with that address.
What about at 202 Reserve Place? Is there another door that you ended up knocking on?
Yes, at 202 Reserve Place, the garage is detached at the back of the residence. And above that, most of the apartments in that area, or most of the houses, have a small apartment above the garage. So I did also go back there to try to make contact.
Does that apartment have a different address?
Usually they're listed as Unit B for the same address.
Did you knock on 202B?
I did.
Did anybody answer?
No.
And you mentioned another condo that was on Longview Avenue.
That's correct.
How long did it take you to drive from 202 Reserve Place to where the condo was located?
3 to 5 minutes. They're very close to each other.
Is it possible for you to walk from 211 Longview Avenue to 202 Reserve Place?
Easily. They're cross streets of each other. It's probably a mile or maybe 2 at the most.
When you got to the 211 Longview Avenue address, apartment 9306, what did you notice about the door at that residence?
There was an additional case car from our agency from the same civil unit stuck in the door.
Did you also knock on that door?
I did.
Did anybody answer?
No one answered.
And this was in the evening time, right?
Yes, it was just after 4:50 in the afternoon when I arrived, yes.
Is that the last time that you attempted to contact anybody from the Todt family?
It's not. I returned to both those locations the next morning.
And you said morning, so do you remember approximately what time you responded there?
It was about 6:40 in the morning when I first arrived, but I was out there for a good few hours, till about 11 or so, going back and forth, talking to neighbors.
Did you make contact with anybody from the Todt family?
I made contact with no one from the Todt family.
Did you make the same attempts at knocking at all 3 of the doors?
I did, both days.
Did you become aware of a vehicle that the Todt family may have had?
Yes.
What type of vehicle do you recall it being?
It was a maroon Honda Odyssey van.
Did you also look for the Honda Odyssey because you indicated
I did.
that there wasn't a van in front of 202 Reserve Place?
No, the van was behind the Longview Avenue address.
Was it parked closest to where the actual condo was, 9306?
No, 9306 in Building 9. I found the van behind Building 11, backed in at the back of the parking lot.
Can you describe the general parking lot for that area? Was there parking by Building 9?
There was when I was there.
And I believe you indicated that you were in the area attempting to make contact till about 11 a.m. that same day?
That's correct.
And you never made contact with anybody from the Todt family?
I did not.
Is 211 Longview Avenue also in Osceola County, Florida?
It is.
I don't have any further questions for this witness.
Cross-examination.
No, Your Honor.
May Deputy Hogue step down?
Yes, sir.
Is Deputy Hogue excused from subpoena?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Deputy.
The state would call Michael Phelps.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to enter in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Will you say your first and last name and spell your last name?
Yes, it's Michael Phelps, Phelps.
On January 13th of 2020, did you attempt to make contact with somebody identified as Anthony Todt in your capacity as a law enforcement officer?
Yes, I did.
Where exactly were you attempting to make contact with Mr. Todt?
Initially, I was looking at an apartment that we had on record for Mr. Todt, and then moved to a residence in Kissimmee.
Was the apartment also located in Celebration, Florida?
Yes, it was.
Was the apartment located at 211 Longview Avenue?
Yes, ma'am.
And the residence that you're speaking about that you moved to, is that 202 Reserve Place in Celebration?
Yes, ma'am.
When you get to 202 Reserve Place in Celebration, do you have an opportunity to look at the exterior of the home?
Yes, ma'am.
Did anything catch your attention about the exterior of the home?
Yes, all of the lights were off in the residence, and all of the blinds were closed.
At some point, while you were at 202 Reserve Place, did you see somebody that you were able to verify was Anthony Todt?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see Anthony Todt come out on the porch?
Yes, ma'am. When I arrived at the residence, Anthony Todt was already sitting out on the porch.
Did you approach 202 Reserve Place?
Yes, ma'am.
At the time that you were walking up to 202 Reserve Place, was the defendant still out on the porch?
No, ma'am. The defendant had already entered the residence while we were still sitting in our vehicles outside of the residence.
And do you see the individual that you were able to identify as Anthony Todt sitting in the courtroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you please identify the individual by a seat location and something that they're wearing?
Yes, ma'am. He's sitting right there across from me in a blue collared shirt with a gray tie.
Do you go up to the front door of 202 Reserve Place?
Yes, ma'am.
You knock on the door?
Yes, ma'am. We knocked for approximately a minute or two and announced ourselves.
Did anybody answer the door?
No, ma'am.
Did you open the door?
Yes, I did.
After you opened the door to the residence, what, if anything, did you notice?
The same thing that we had seen from outside. All the lights were off, and noticed a really foul odor right upon opening the door.
How long have you been a law enforcement officer?
Approximately 8 years.
The odor that you're speaking about, are you familiar with it?
No, ma'am, not particularly.
Okay. Were you the only one that were other law enforcement officers with you when you were entering the residence?
Yes, ma'am. Approximately 5 other law enforcement officers, I believe, entered the residence with me.
Did you see the defendant in the residence?
Yes, ma'am.
Initially, when you first see the defendant, where was the defendant at?
We had called him out and looked for him in the first couple of rooms upon entering, and then when we got to a larger open area of the residence, there's a stairwell that leads up to the second floor, and the defendant was at the top of the stairs, maybe 2 stairs away from reaching the second floor.
Did you have have the defendant come back down the stairs?
Yes, ma'am.
Did the defendant say anything about the rest of his family?
Yes, he did.
What did the defendant say to you?
We had asked the defendant where his spouse, Megan, was, and the defendant responded that she was sleeping. And when the defendant said that, he looked up towards the bedroom that when you got to the top of the stairs was on the far right side of the second floor. And within a couple of seconds after notifying us that she was asleep, then shouted for her by saying Megan.
Did anybody respond?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever come into contact with any of the defendant's children?
Prior to this?
On January 13th, did you come into contact with any of the defendant's children?
Yes, ma'am.
Where?
In that bedroom that I had just referenced on the far right side, up on the second floor.
What was their condition?
The bodies were discolored black and blue. They were sitting, there were two boys sitting on top of I believe a mattress on the floor. It almost looked like their feet or some of their flesh may have been falling off of the body or decomposing at that point.
Was anybody else alive in the house except for Anthony Todt?
No, ma'am.
Did you hear the defendant say anything prior to the children being discovered? Did you hear the defendant say anything about where his children were?
I don't recall him saying anything about the location of the children prior to discovering them.
What about after?
Yeah, afterwards, when we went into the bedroom, what looked like the two boys on the floor were very obviously seen right when you walked in, as well as what appeared to be Megan in the bed. But we could not identify where his daughter was. And we had known that there were 3 children that we were, or that were expected to be at the residence. So we asked where the location of his daughter was.
What did the defendant say?
He said something regarding her being asleep, and he may have referenced being at a sleepover. I can't recall the exact wording, I'm sorry.
Can I have just a moment? No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Officer Phelps, when you observed Mr. Todt, did you observe him to be waddling?
I'm sorry, waddling?
Yes, was he waddling?
Yes, ma'am, he was shaky, yeah.
You observed him to be mumbling?
Yes.
You observed him to be incoherent?
Yes, some of the things he was saying weren't coming out clearly. Could not decipher them.
You also observed him walking slowly.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you observe any urine on him?
I don't recall if there was urine on him or not.
Wanted to confirm.
Of course.
Mr. Phelps, anything else about his demeanor that I haven't pointed out?
No, nothing in particular.
Thank you. No further questions. A moment, Your Honor.
Of course.
Mr. Phelps, you saw Mr. Todt on top of the stairs when you first arrived, correct?
Yes, ma'am. 1 or 2 steps away from the top of the stairs.
And when he started walking down the stairs, he started stumbling down the stairs?
Yeah, I don't recall him actually stumbling, but he was walking, very slow, needed to support his body with the handrail.
He needed assistance?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions.
Redirect.
During your entire contact with the defendant, was the defendant awake?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, the defendant was the only one in the residence alive?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions.
Thank you. May this witness step down?
Yes, Your Honor.
Phelps, excused from subpoena.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Of course. We've been going for about an hour. We're going to take a 10-minute comfort break. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please, as always, don't conduct any independent research, and please do not speak about the case with anyone. Thank you.
All rise to the jury, please.
Parties may be seated. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, in just a minute, we're going to take a recess. Our court staff and the Ninth Judicial Circuit has always been a firm advocate of open and available public trials in criminal cases. I understand many members of the media are present and interested in this case. It has been agreed upon for many decades that jurors should not be photographed during the pendency of the case. That's for a number of reasons. It is to ensure the integrity of this process and to avoid any potential issues as the trial process is going on. If any member of the media has inadvertently captured any of the jurors in this case, I'm going to ask that those photographs be deleted to preserve the integrity of this process, and we'll assume that that was an inadvertent issue. We're going to be in a 10-minute recess. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. The court is in recess for 10 minutes.
State defense, ready to get back to the trial. Return the jury, please.
All rise to the jury, please.
Or may be seated. Thank you. Ms. Pinnell, Ms. Hicks, your next witness, please.
State would call Deputy Chris Bose.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to enter in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Will you please say your first and last name and spell your last name for the record?
Christopher Bose, last name is spelled B-O-O-S,
How are you employed?
with Osceola County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the sheriff's office?
Almost 15 years now.
On January 13th of 2020, did you arrive at 202 Reserve Place in Celebration?
Yes, I did.
Did you arrive before entry was made into that residence?
Yes.
Prior to entering the home at 202 Reserve Place, did somebody from law enforcement knock on the door?
No, ma'am.
When you go into the home, what, if anything, did you notice?
When we entered the front door, it appeared that there was no power to the residence. It was dark inside the house, no lights were on. The air was kind of stale, and it had a strong foul smell.
And during your career, have you become aware of what that foul smell indicates to you?
Yes, ma'am.
What does it mean?
I've investigated incidences where there's been dead bodies in residences, and that foul smell is consistent with a dead body.
And was that odor, were you able to identify that odor right when you walked into the home?
You could smell it from downstairs, yes, ma'am.
When you enter the home, do you see at some point somebody identified as Anthony Todt?
Yes, ma'am.
Where is the defendant when you see him?
When you enter the front doorway, there was an opening. To the right side, there was a stairwell that actually came downwards, facing the opposite direction. We could hear the voice from up in the stairs, and the defendant started to walk down the stairs to where we could see him over the handrail.
Okay. Do you see that person in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you please identify an article of clothing and a location of their seat?
He's wearing a black coat with a blue undershirt and a gray tie.
Did you, when you first entered the home, see any other members of the Todt family?
No, ma'am.
Did you hear any other members of the Todt family?
No.
When you get into the home, where do you go?
There was another law enforcement officer that was in front of me. I was behind that law enforcement officer. As we entered the front door, we went down the walkway that led to the stairwell, and we stayed at the bottom of the stairwell initially.
Did you change locations after the initial encounter?
Yes, ma'am. Once Mr. Todt came down to the bottom of the stairwell, maybe a minute or two of some conversation, then I made my way up the stairwell.
What was that conversation consistent of?
I asked Mr. Todt if his wife was at the house. He stated that she was upstairs sleeping. I asked, I believe, if there was any children in the residence. His statement was somewhere along the lines, I'm not sure if they're at a friend's house sleeping over.
Did you go upstairs?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
Did you go into the master bedroom of the home?
Yes.
When you get into the master bedroom, what did you see?
So as we walked up to the top of the stairs, kind of off to the right, was the master bedroom. The door was partially, I'd say about halfway open. I could see inside of the door, I could see the bed, and there was a silhouette of a person that was laying on the bed, but they were fully covered up with blankets.
Did you see anything on the floor?
Yes, once we entered the bedroom, pushed the door all the way open. It was a fairly large master bedroom. On the floor were two mattresses that were side by side. Also, there was a body on one mattress, a body on the other mattress. They were also covered with blankets.
How many people did you, or how many bodies did you initially see when you walked into that master bedroom?
Initially, we could only see 3 bodies.
Which body did you not locate immediately?
It was a juvenile female, maybe about 5 years old. We could not locate it initially.
And that would be Zoe.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you, this being a master bedroom, was there a bathroom and a closet in this bedroom as well?
Yes, there was.
Did you enter those areas?
Yes, we checked the bathroom as well as the closet.
Initially, did you find Zoe?
No, ma'am.
What did you do after that?
So after we thoroughly checked the master bedroom, we exited the master bedroom. There was, I believe, 2 other bedrooms upstairs. One of the rooms, the door was locked. We kicked that door in. There was nothing located in any of the other rooms upstairs. So we went back to the master bedroom, searched around some more. At the foot of the bed, there was a pile of blankets that were piled up. We started kind of peeling the blankets apart, and that's where we located the juvenile female.
So all the members, except for Anthony Todt, were located in the master bedroom deceased.
Objection, leading.
How many members of the Todt family were located in the master bedroom?
In the master bedroom, there was the adult female on the bed, the juvenile female on the bed, and then 2 juvenile males on the floor.
Were you aware of a family pet?
No, ma'am.
About how long did you spend looking for Zoe's body?
I would probably estimate maybe 4 minutes, 5 minutes.
And while you're doing this, where is the defendant?
The defendant is at the bottom of the stairwell with another law enforcement officer.
record, I am approaching the witness with what's been marked state VV for identification previously shown to defense. Did you have an opportunity to view the contents of that video?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Does that video fairly and accurately depict the residents and some of the conversation with the defendant that took place on January 13th of 2020?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to introduce into evidence what's been marked states VV for identification, and evidence is states 3.
No objection.
VV as in Victor will be received as State's Exhibit 3.
Permission to publish?
Grant.
Recording.
Good.
Tony, you coming downstairs? All right.
Everything on left. 972, reserve place, reference both 930.
Way left? Yeah, upstairs? I think so. Tony, you upstairs? Hey, come downstairs, bud. All right. Yeah, take your time. Need some help? All right. Everything's all right, man. Just stay calm. All right.
Ready? Hey, we're gonna check this.
Goes to the kitchen, or whatever it is.
Any children here?
I can't remember if they went to a sleepover last night.
Keep coming down.
Oh, she did.
Yeah, like 7-7.
Where's your wife to sleep at?
wife at? What's up? Oh, you good? You got any weapons on you? Alright. Any needles? Knives, nothing like that?
No.
Okay. What's your wife's name?
Megan.
Has anyone heard her talk? No. Megan?
Megan.
All right, come on down, buddy. All right.
Yep.
All right, just sit, have a seat. You good? I got you. So have a seat.
Megan.
Face forward for me, all right? Put your hands forward too, all right?
Megan?
Got a locked door right here.
Megan?
Got a 7, looks like that.
What's that?
Sorry.
All right, just stay still on it. Hang tight.
One 24-011. EB 51 over here. I believe we got 2 signal 7.
All right, hang tight. You want me to get a chair for you to sit down in? What's that?
Hey, can you run out there and grab some gloves?
We got it.
We still can't find the daughter.
What?
Where's Zoe?
I haven't seen her. She went with you. Oh, no, I didn't see her. I was sleeping. She was in here. I didn't see anything. You think I'll have to check the garage. The garage. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Very long of her toys still in the garage. She had it on there.
Did you also go to 211 Longview Avenue?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
About how long did it take you to get to this area?
To drive there, it's maybe 3 or 4 minute drive in the vehicle.
When you got to 211 Longview Avenue, what did you do?
I was tasked with Mr. Todt's vehicle was located in the parking lot near that residence, and my task was to stay with that vehicle until it could be picked up by a tow vehicle.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Cross-examination.
Deputy, you observed Mr. Todt on top of the stairs,
Yes, ma'am.
and you observed him when he was walking down the stairs stumbling,
Yes, ma'am.
holding onto the rail,
Yes.
to the point that some officers even assisted him to come down.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
You observed Mr. Todt to be mumbling.
Yes, ma'am.
You observed him not to be coherent.
Yes, ma'am.
You observed him walking slowly,
Yes.
and you observed him shaking.
Yes.
And just to be clear, you weren't present to see what actually happened in this home, correct?
Before my arrival, no, I was not present.
A moment to confer.
Of course.
No further questions.
Thank you. Redirect.
During the entire time that you were at 202 Reserve Place, was the defendant awake?
Yes, he was.
How many members of the Todt family were alive when you responded there on January 13th?
Just Anthony Todt.
No further questions.
Thank you. May Deputy Bose step down?
Yes, sir.
Is he excused from subpoena?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
We briefly approach.
Yep, come on up. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short break. As always, please don't discuss the facts of the case with anyone. Please don't conduct any independent research. Thanks.
All right.
We're going to be in recess. State, if you'll just indicate to Madam Clerk.
I'd like to bring something up if we can for a second.
Absolutely. Parties may be seated. Oh, I'm sorry. We're in recess. Thanks. Or we may be seated. Thank you. State of Florida may call its next witness.
Today we call Emily Seda.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to answer in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Good morning. Will you please say your first and last name and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Emily Seda. First name is Emily. Last name is Seda.
How are you employed?
I'm employed by the Osceola County Sheriff's Office.
What do you do for the sheriff's office?
I am the forensic supervisor over our forensic unit.
Back on January 13th of 2020, what was your role at the sheriff's office?
On that date, I was assigned as the primary technician on a homicide investigation.
What is some of the training and education you received to be able to perform duties as a forensic technician for the sheriff's office?
I currently have my Bachelor of Science degree in forensic science with a minor in criminal investigations. I've also completed a 12-week crime scene training program while employed at the sheriff's office that consisted of proper evidence and crime scene documentation, as well as the proper collection, processing, and packaging of physical evidence and how to properly write a crime scene report.
How long have you been a forensic technician?
I've been a forensic technician for 8 years.
When you mentioned that you were assigned as the lead technician with regards to this case, what does that mean?
Being assigned the lead technician means that I have the primary responsibility for documenting and processing evidence at the crime scene, as well as collecting and processing the physical evidence at the crime scene.
Did you respond to 202 Reserve Place in Celebration on January 13th of 2020?
Yes, I did.
You indicated that part of your responsibilities are to document the scene. Do you do that right when you arrive?
I do.
How do you do that?
I do that via photographs.
With regards to this particular case, did you respond to multiple different locations?
I did.
Did you also go to the garage apartment 202B Reserve Place?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you document this the same way using photographs?
Yes, ma'am.
What about 211 Longview Avenue, apartment 9306?
I also documented that using photographs.
May I approach the witness with what's been marked States LL?
Yes.
Can you take a look at States LL for me and we'll have that? Do those photographs fairly and accurately depict 202 Reserve Place when you responded on January 13th of 2020?
Yes, they do.
At this time, the state would seek to introduce into evidence what's been marked state's LL for identification evidence in state forward.
No objection.
LL will be received as states 4.
Permission to publish states 4. This is photograph LL3 of states 4. What are we looking at in this photograph?
In that photo, that is a view of the front of the residence at 202 Reserve Place.
Does this accurately show how 202 Reserve Place appeared when you arrived on the 13th?
Yes, it does.
All of the blinds and everything were in the same location as when you arrived?
That's correct.
This is LL2. Why did you take a photograph of this street sign?
I photographed the street sign to show the general location of the area, to show the intersecting roadway.
Would this be the closest intersection to 202 Reserve Place?
Yes.
This is photograph LL4 from the same exhibit. What is this photograph looking at?
That image shows the overall of the residence from a little bit further down the road. That would be the left side of the residence if you're looking at it from the front.
That intersection that can be seen in this photograph, is that the intersection of Reserve Place and Longview Avenue?
Yes, it is.
This is photograph LL6. What is this photograph showing?
That photograph is an overall shot of the front porch and is an overall shot of 2 cell phones that were located on the table there on the porch.
When you walk up the stairs to 202 Reserve Place, is this on the left or the right?
That is on the left side.
This is photograph LL9. What are we looking at in this photograph?
In that photo, you see a close-up view of the 2 cell phones that were located on the table that was on the porch.
In this photograph, it looks like there are more than 2 cell phones. What else is shown in this photograph besides the cell phones?
Cases, cell phone cases.
which door to the residence is this?
That is the front door.
The item that appears to be on the floor mat, was that ultimately collected by you?
No, it was only photographically documented.
It was photographed by you.
That's correct.
This is photograph LL11. Is this the item that was located on the floor mat?
Yes, it is.
And do you recognize what this is?
A business card that was left by a member of the sheriff's office by the name of Barroso.
This is photograph LL14. Where are you standing when you took this photograph?
I'm standing just inside the front entryway, looking back towards the front door.
And is there a room to your right as you're standing taking this photograph?
Yes, there is.
This is photograph LL15. Is this the room to the right?
Yes, it is.
As you move further into the residence, what's the next room that you come to?
On the other side, directly across from that dining area, or from that living room space, is a formal dining room.
This is photograph LL18. A little bit dark, but can you see the entrance to the formal dining room in this photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the area that's going to be on the left-hand side of this photo?
Yes.
This is photograph LL19. Where exactly are you standing in this photograph?
I'm standing just inside the entrance near the dining room area.
And what is the room that you can partly see that's directly across from the dining room?
That was a room that was set up, what appeared to be a playroom with like toys and books.
This is photograph LL20. This is photograph LL24. The key that's pictured in this photograph, did you later determine what that key went to?
Yes.
What did that key go to?
A Honda Odyssey van.
Ultimately, did you process the Honda Odyssey at a later time?
Yes, I did.
This is photograph LL27. What room are we looking at in this photograph?
That room would be what I previously indicated as the playroom.
And is there a couch in this room?
Yes, to the left side of the photo, that's a couch.
Downstairs, did you locate any other room that was set up like this particular room?
No, I did not.
Is this the couch that is located in the room that you were just referring to?
Yes, it is.
This is photograph LL34. Is this that formal dining room that was to the right of the front door?
Yes, it is.
The small opening that's for the door, where does that lead to?
That is a short hallway that leads to the kitchen.
And when you immediately go through that walkway, what is to the left?
There's like a small recessed area in the wall with like a countertop.
This is photograph LL38. Is this the area that you're just speaking of?
Yes, ma'am.
And this is how it appeared when you first arrived?
Yes.
Did you look inside of these packages?
Yes, I did.
Did you photograph the inside of these packages?
Yes, I did.
What did you locate inside these packages?
Mostly children's toys.
Were any of the toys wrapped? Or any of the objects wrapped?
Yes, they were.
What type of wrapping paper?
I believe it was a red wrapping paper, Christmas wrapping paper.
This is LL41. Is this inside one of those boxes?
Yes.
And this is how the contents of the box was wrapped, correct?
That's correct.
This is photograph LL45. Is this inside another one of those boxes?
Yes.
This is LL47. What about this photograph?
That is the contents of another box.
As you progress through the hallway, this hallway, where does it lead to?
To the kitchen.
This is photograph LL42. Is there also a laundry room near this area as well?
Yes.
This is LL49. This is LL51. Is this in the laundry room?
Yes, it is. When I initially arrived, I was told that the power was not on.
Did it at some point get turned on either right before you were there or
While I was there waiting for the search warrants, it had been turned on.
This is photograph LL76. Where are you at when you take this photograph?
I'm standing in the kitchen.
And this drawer is this a drawer that you had pulled out?
Yes, it is.
And what was inside the drawer?
A trash can.
This is photograph LL77. Is this a view of the same trash can that was in the kitchen?
Yes, it is.
What of note were you marking in the trash can?
At the bottom left of the photo near the marker, you can see a bottle of Benadryl that's upside down.
Do you have the pointer?
Yes,
Can you point to it?
right here.
Was that collected?
Yes, it was.
This is photograph LL78. Is this the same bottle that you removed from the trash can?
Yes, it is.
Can you take a look at stage F, please? Do you recognize the writing on the outside of this package?
I do.
Is it yours?
Yes, it is.
And each time you collect something for evidence, is it marked with the unique case number that's assigned to the particular case?
Yes, it is.
And does this package appear to be in substantially similar condition as the last time that you saw it on January 13th?
Yes,
Did you ultimately also process this item?
I did.
Your Honor, this time the state would seek to introduce into evidence what's been marked states F for identification and evidence is states number 5.
No objection.
F as in Foxtrot will be received as states 5.
How did you process this item?
I processed the item for fingerprints using a powder and chemical processing technique.
Did you do that at 202 Reserve Place or did you do that back at the sheriff's office?
I did that back at the sheriff's office in our laboratory.
Can you explain the entire process to the jury that you utilized for this particular item?
Sure, in terms of processing?
Yes.
So there's a three-step process. Initially, the item is placed in what we call our super glue fuming chamber. The purpose of that is to adhere any fingerprints that are present on the item, to essentially affix them to prepare it to be processed further. The next step would be to fingerprint powder the item utilizing black powder and a fingerprint brush. And the last step would be to apply a dye stain, which glows by using a specialized light source in which we can photograph the glowing of any fingerprints.
If there are fingerprints on the object, in this particular case, this bottle, after fingerprints are identified, how do you store them? How do you take them?
So at the powder step, if there's a positive result, we use a clear tape. We apply the clear tape over the fingerprint that has developed, and we lift it and then apply it to what we call a fingerprint lift card. And then that lift card is placed in a manila envelope and then submitted to evidence.
When you removed this bottle from the trash can, did it have any contents inside of it?
No, it did not.
Was it completely empty?
Yes, it was.
Showing you what's been marked states P for identification. Do you also recognize this item?
Yes, I do.
I'm going to ask you to open states P. Did you process more than one item that was collected for fingerprints?
Yes, I did.
Did you utilize the same process that you just went over with the jury?
Yes, I did.
And after you collected all of the fingerprint cards, if you recovered fingerprints, what did you do with them?
When I lifted them, I placed them in the manila envelope and then submitted them to our evidence unit.
Did you place all of the cards in the same envelope?
Yes, I did.
And did you have an opportunity to look inside states P?
Did you want me to look at all the cards?
Can you look at what the items inside states P? If you need,
Yes.
are all of these cards in the same condition as when you placed them in the envelope?
Yes, they are.
And you indicated that you lifted fingerprints from more than one item of evidence. Is that correct?
That's correct.
How do you determine which card goes with which piece of evidence?
So on the other side of the card, there's information where you can indicate a description of where the fingerprint was lifted.
With regards to this particular bottle of Benadryl, this would be states 5 in evidence. Do you have a card that's in states P that coincides with this particular piece of evidence?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, the state would seek to introduce into evidence what's been marked states P into evidence as states number 6.
No objection, Judge.
States P as in Papa will be received as states number 6.
exhibit?
No, it's just deciphered by the description.
The card that goes with this particular bottle of Benadryl, where did you remove the fingerprints from on the bottle?
It was an area on the bottle. I do not remember the specific location.
Did you notate that anywhere on the fingerprint card?
On the fingerprint card, it just indicates that it came from that item of evidence.
Do you recall which areas of the bottle that you dusted for potential fingerprints?
In terms of dusting, it was the entire bottle on the exterior. I was standing between the living room and the kitchen area.
If you're standing at the kitchen sink, can you see the living room?
Yes, you can. In the living room area.
The straight ahead, the little window cutout, there's what appears to be two doors. What do those doors go to?
Where?
This is photograph LL85. LL86. Is this on the first floor?
Yes.
Is this trash can in the bathroom we just looked at?
Yes, it is.
And did you have an opportunity to examine the contents of the trash can?
Yes, I did.
What are the packaging, what is the packaging in the trash can for?
Like in-home scent plugins.
That pretty much the entire content of this trash can?
Yes, from what I recall.
This is photograph LL91. Is there only one set of stairs in the home?
Yes.
This is photograph LL92. This is photograph LL93. This is photograph LL on the banister of the stairs, there is a white bottle. Did you ultimately collect that bottle?
Yes, I did.
What was the labeling on the outside of that bottle?
Benadryl.
There is also a little white cap on the floor. What is that?
The cap to the Benadryl bottle.
The door that you can see in this photograph, where does that door lead?
That is a bedroom.
This is a slightly different angle and you can see another door. Where does that door lead?
That is also a bedroom.
As you're standing here, where is the master bedroom in relation to where you're standing?
It would be right behind me in this photo.
This is photograph LL105. Which bedroom is this? The one furthest on the left, the one in the middle, or the master bedroom?
This would be the middle bedroom.
Did you find any mattresses in this bedroom?
No, I did not.
This is LL106. What type of clothing did you locate in that bedroom that didn't have any mattresses?
It appeared to be boys' clothing.
Adult clothing, child clothing?
It looked like small children's clothing.
This is photograph LL111. Which bedroom is this?
That would be the bedroom furthest to the left at the top of the staircase.
Did you find clothing in this bedroom?
Yes, I did.
What type of clothing did you find?
Small female's clothing.
This is photograph LL114. What is of note in this photograph?
On top of this wicker basket is an empty Benadryl box.
This is photograph LL117. Is this the same box?
Yes, it is.
And this is LL118. Is this photograph the same box?
Yes, it is.
Did you also process this box from the female cell?
Yes.
How did you process it?
I processed it in the same manner as previously described with the three-step process.
And did you recover any fingerprints that you would have put on print cards?
Yes, I did.
How many print cards did you have with regards to this specific box?
May I refer back to the print cards?
Yes. And that would be state 6. for the record.
Three fingerprint cards.
Did you indicate where on the box you pulled fingerprints from?
On this card, I indicated that it was from the sides of the box.
For the record, I'm approaching the witness who would like to mark state G for identification. Can you take a look at this item? Do you recognize the packaging of that item?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
I recognize it by my handwriting and as being the packaging that contains the empty Benadryl bottle at marker 11.
Can you open that packaging and take a look at the inside? Does that packaging appear to be in the same condition as when you last saw it on January 13th and after your processing?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to introduce into evidence what's been marked states G for identification and evidence of states 7.
No objection.
G as in golf will be received as state 7.
This is photograph LL120 of state number 4. What are we looking at in this photograph?
That is a photo of the master bedroom door.
Are you standing near the stairs?
Yes, I am.
This is photograph LL122 of the same exhibit. Where is this dresser located?
It's located just inside the room behind the master bedroom door.
This is photograph LL124. What are we looking at in this photo?
In this photo, this is a black and green knife sheath.
This is photograph LL125. Where is this chair located?
That chair is located, upon entering the room, it would have been to the left back corner of the bedroom. Yes, it is.
This note, was it collected?
Yes, it was.
Did you do anything with it?
I processed it.
This is photograph LL129. Where are you standing?
In that photo, I'm standing near the dresser area, right inside the front door. Or, excuse me, the bedroom door.
Ultimately, are you standing next to any mattresses in this photograph?
Yes, I am.
Where are the mattresses located?
They're located in the previous photo where you saw that chair. Those mattresses would be directly to the side of that.
And the bed that we are looking at in this photograph, what is located in this particular bed?
An adult female and a small female child.
This is photograph LL132. Which side of the bed, that main bed in the master bedroom, are we looking at in this photograph?
From the previous photo, if you were looking at the bed, that would be the left side of the bed.
And what is located on the windowsill?
On the windowsill, you can see a knife with a black handle.
Was that item collected?
Yes, it was.
Approaching the witness is what's been marked statement J for identification. Also shown to defense. Can you take a look at the box itself? Does the box appear to be in the same or substantially similar condition as the last time that you saw it?
Yes, it does.
Can you open stage J for identification? Do the contents of States J appear to be in the same condition as the last time you saw it or substantially similar?
Yes.
Did you do anything with States J after it was collected?
Yes, I did.
What did you do?
I processed it for fingerprints, and there was also suspected blood located on the knife, which I also collected.
How'd you collect suspected blood?
The blood was collected using 2 cotton tip swabs. One was moistened with water and then rubbed over the stain.
Was that swab packaged separately?
Yes, it was.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to introduce the evidence listed on States J for identification of evidence.
No objection.
Jays and Juliet will be received as States 8.
Side of the bed?
Yes, it is.
What is of note in this photograph?
In this photo, you can see an additional black knife sheath.
Did you collect that item?
Yes, I did.
What was that evidence marker correlating with?
A white Benadryl bottle.
Did that Benadryl bottle stay on the nightstand prior to your collection of it?
No, it did not.
What happened?
Upon the arrival of the medical examiner and attempting to maneuver the the bodies, the bottle was bumped and it fell to the ground under the bed.
So this is photograph LL137. Do you see the bottle in this photograph?
Yes, I do.
Did you collect that bottle?
Yes, I did.
For the record, I'm approaching the witness with less than marked please and correct identification. Can you take a look at this item? Is the packaging of this item in the same or substantially similar condition as the last time you saw it?
Yes, it is.
Can you open the package and look at the content? Does the content of this package contain the bottle that you collected from this residence?
Yes, it does.
Is it in the same condition as the last straw?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state would seek to introduce into evidence what's been marked state's N for identification and evidence of state's 9.
No objection.
And it's in November, will be received as states 9.
Did you also process state's 9 for fingerprints?
Yes, I did.
Did you utilize the same processing procedure that you previously explained?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to identify any fingerprints on this particular bottle?
May I refer to the print cards?
Sure.
No.
This is photograph LL143 of 4. Where exactly is this in the master bedroom?
That is at the foot of the bed.
And it appears that there are various items located on this ottoman.
That's correct.
Did you examine what these items on this ottoman were?
I do not recall.
This is photograph LL144 of the same exhibit. Which side of the bed is this?
That would be the right side of the bed, opposite of the other side that you have already seen.
There is a blanket under the nightstand. Did you look further into that blanket?
Yes.
What did you locate within that blanket?
A deceased dog.
This is photograph LL150. Where in the residence is this located?
That is the master bathroom.
And the white can that is located on the fourth shelf up, was that ultimately collected at a later date?
Yes.
This is photograph LL151. What is this photograph showing?
As you continue through the master bathroom, the master closet is located, and that's what that is showing.
This is photograph LL158 of the same exhibit.
inside the master closet. It's directly in front of you as you walk in.
What did you locate on top of this dresser?
A pink Benadryl box.
This is photograph LL169. Are these items that you located?
Yes.
Did you collect the bottle?
Yes, I did.
For the record, I'm showing the witness what's been marked state's case for identification. Can you take a look at that packaging? Do you recognize the packaging?
Yes, I do.
Is that packaging in the same or substantially similar condition as the last time you saw it?
Yes, it is.
Can you open the packaging? And do you recognize the contents of the packaging as well?
Yes, I do.
Does everything appear to be in substantially similar condition as the last time you saw it?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, this time the state would seek to introduce into evidence what's been marked state's pay for identification and evidence of state's commitment.
Objection.
A as in kilo will be received as states 10.
Did you also prosecute or process states 10 for fingerprints?
Yes, I did.
And did you recover any latent prints from states 10?
Yes, ma'am.
How many latent print cards did you recover?
Two.
And that is also contained within this, the same package as states 6.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also photograph the outside of the residence?
Yes, I did.
This is photograph LL162. Where are you standing when you took this photograph?
I am standing towards the back left side of the home.
What is the building that's directly in view of this photograph?
That is a combination of a garage and an additional living space.
Would that be 202B Reserve Place?
That's correct.
This is photograph LL163. What are we looking at in this photograph?
At that point, I'm in the backyard, and that photo depicts the rear of the residence.
When you say the rear of the residence, is this the main home, 202 Reserve Place?
Yes, it is.
And all of the blinds that are in this photograph, are they open or closed?
Closed.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take our lunch recess at this time. As always, please do not discuss the facts of the case with anyone. If someone tries to come up and talk to you about the case, please let them know that you are a juror on the case and tell them to stop. If they persist, leave them at once. Let one of the court deputies know, and I will handle that situation. If you happen to see any of the participants of this trial outside of this room, they are following the court's instructions not to have a conversation with you, so please don't find them to be rude. Please do not conduct any investigation about this case, and please make every effort to avoid any inadvertent exposure to any media coverage. If you do happen to see something, please discontinue reading it and so indicate when we return. We are going to return with the presentation of evidence at 1:30. Have a pleasant lunch. We'll see you back at 1:30.
All rise for the jury.
State if you'll collect the evidence and return that to Madam Clerk, or keep it with the other evidence. Ms. Seda, you may step down. Thank you. We're in recess until 1:30. Back on the record. Just turn the jury, please.
All rise for the jury, please.
Courtroom may be seated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We're going to get back to it. Ms. Pinnell.
For the record, I'm approaching the witness with what's in Mark State's eye for identification. Can you take a look at that? Does this package have the typed note that was collected from the chair in the master bedroom in this case?
Yes.
Does the packaging appear to be in a substantially or similar does the packaging appear to be in substantially similar condition as the last time that you saw it?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would seek to introduce the evidence what's been marked State's eye for identification and evidence is State 11.
No objection.
State's I will be received as State's 11.
I'm approaching the witness with what's been marked State MM for identification and State D for identification previously shown in the text. Showing you what's marked State MM, did you have an opportunity to review those photographs earlier?
Yes, I did.
Do those photographs fairly and accurately show the residence as you documented it on January 13th, the residence being 202B Reserve Place?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would seek to introduce into evidence what's been marked State's NN for identification. The evidence is State 12.
No objection.
MM is in Mike, be received as State's 12. Granted.
The entrance to 202B, which side of the garage was it on? Was it where the pool was, or the backyard, or the other side?
It was on the opposite side.
This is photograph NN2 from State 12. Is this the front door to 202B?
Yes, it is.
Immediately proceeding through the front door, are you met with the staircase?
Yes.
from 202B, what types of things did you collect?
It was mostly electronics, like laptops, phone, computer tower.
Was there also a city trash can or a county trash can that was located outside of the 202?
Yes, there was.
This is photograph NN14. When you first located this trash can, is that where it was located, or was it located somewhere else?
No, that's where it was located.
Where is the road in relation to this trash can?
The road would be here.
Did you empty the trash can?
Yes, I did.
This is photograph NN16. This is NN19. What type of items did you locate in this CDF bag?
There was a bottle of wall drill, 2 packages of Benadryl, and I believe there was 2 more packages of wall drill as well.
This is photograph NN20. Are these all of the items that you recovered that you just mentioned?
Yes, ma'am.
You took several bottles or boxes of Benadryl or a similar type substance into evidence while you were on scene as residents?
That's correct.
Were they all empty?
Yes.
Did you locate any Benadryl bottle or pill pack or box that contained any remaining Benadryl?
No, I did not.
I handed you what's been marked States B for identification. Do you recognize the packaging?
I do.
Is that packaging reflecting your handwriting in this agency case number?
Yes, it is.
Can you open that package and examine the contents?
Yes.
What do you recognize the contents of that package to be?
The items that I recovered out of that trash can outside of 202B.
When you say items, are you referring to the empty Benadryl packaging?
Yes, Benadryl and wall drill.
And that is in the same or substantially similar condition as the last time you saw it?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, this time the state would seek introduce an evidence with the marked state for identification of evidence of States 13.
No objection.
States D's and Delta will be received as states 13.
Did you also process the packaging that's included in States 13 for fingerprints?
Yes, I did.
And did you recover any fingerprints?
Yes, I did.
How many latent print cards did you recover from States 13?
3 latent lift cards.
And did you package those with State 6 that we reviewed earlier today?
Yes, ma'am.
After you were finished at 202 Reserve Place and 202B Reserve Place, where did you go next?
211 Longview.
Would that have been the condo that was around the corner?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you document your findings in the condo at 211 Longview Avenue?
Yes, ma'am.
Approaching a witness with less than marked states NN for identification previously shown to defense counsel. Have you, Ms. Seda, had an opportunity to look at states NN previously?
Yes, ma'am.
Does states NN fairly and accurately depict the photographs that you took of 211 Longview Avenue, apartment 9306, on January 13th of 2020?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to introduce into evidence what's been marked states NN for identification and evidence of states 14.
No objection.
And as in November will be received as states 14. Correct.
This is photograph NN4 of states 14. Did you examine this item right here?
Yes. Yes.
What was the card that was on the floor mat?
That was a similar card that was similar to what was at 202 Reserve Place.
When you say card, are you referring to a business card from somebody at the sheriff's office?
Yes, ma'am.
This is photograph NN10. Where are you standing when you took this photograph?
In that photo, I was standing in the living room.
Where is the front door located in this photograph?
The front door would have been over, believe in this area here.
This is photograph NN18. This is, how many bedrooms was this condo?
2.
This is one of the bedrooms of the condo?
That's correct.
This is photograph NN19. Is this in that same bedroom?
Yes, it is.
This is photograph NN22. Is this closet in that same bedroom?
Yes, it was.
Was this box unopened?
That I do not recall.
After documenting 211 Longview Avenue, Were you made aware of the location of a minivan?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you document the location of the minivan?
Yes, ma'am.
Approaching the witness with what's been marked safe 00 for identification has been completed. Ms. Seda, have you had an opportunity to previously review the photographs in states 00?
Yes, I have.
Do these photographs fair and accurately depict the location of the van as you saw it on January 13th of 2020?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to introduce into evidence what's been marked states 00 for identification of the evidence of state 15.
No objection.
00 will be received as states 15. Grant.
This is photograph 002 of state 15. Upon finding this Honda minivan, was the minivan secured?
Yes, there were detectives at the scene when I arrived.
And when you inspected the van, did you seal it anyway, or was it already sealed?
I can't recall if I sealed it or if someone else did, but I do recall that it was sealed prior to transport to the sheriff's office.
How do you seal a vehicle?
There's evidence tape that is placed at the bottom of all the entry parts of the vehicle to include the trunk, the doors, and the hood.
What's the purpose of that?
That is to ensure the integrity of the item of evidence, as in no one had entered the vehicle after it was sealed.
On January 14th, the next day, did you process and document the inside of that van?
Yes, I did.
Did you photograph the process that you utilized and document everything with your camera?
Yes, I did.
For the record, I was approaching the witness with what's marked state for identification. Have you previously had an opportunity to look through those photographs?
Yes, I have.
Do those photographs fairly and accurately depict the van as in its contents that you saw on January 14th of 2020?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to introduce into evidence what's been marked states PP for identification and evidence of state 16.
No objection.
PP is in Papa will be received as states 16.
Permission to publish, Your Honor? To examine what this particular item was when you were documenting?
Yes.
What was that item?
It was a certificate.
This is photograph PP16. Can you make out what that says?
That says middle school holiday concert.
What about the date?
Dated for December 6th, 2019.
This is photograph PP17. Was this certificate also located?
Yes, it was.
This is PP20. Is this photograph showing the trunk area of the van?
Yes, it is.
This is PP21. Is this the same trunk?
Yes, it is.
Did you go through this bag?
Yes, I did.
What types of items did you locate in this bag?
The bag had clothing inside of it.
Clothing for adult, clothing for a child, what type of clothing?
Children's clothing.
Did it appear to you to be new?
It did have the tags on them still.
This is photograph PP22. Was this certificate also in the van?
Yes, it was.
This is PP25. Where did you locate the registration at?
I do not recall the location.
But it was within the van itself?
Yes, it was.
This is photograph PP27. Can you see the date that is?
Yes, I can. December 14th, 2019.
Was that date also reflected on the other certificate we saw?
I don't recall the date without seeing it.
I'm approaching the witness with what's been marked PQ, previously shown to defense. As stated, have you had an opportunity to previously look at states QQ?
Yes.
Did the photographs in states QQ fairly and accurately depict further photographs of some of the items that you had collected from 202 Reserve Place in this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, this state would seek to introduce into evidence what's been marked states QQ for identification. The evidence is states 17.
No objection.
UQ is in Quebec will be received as state 17. Grant.
you respond back to 202 Reserve Place for follow-up?
Yes, I did.
And when you responded back, did you redocument the areas of importance to you from 202 Reserve Place?
Yes, I did.
And you did this utilizing your photograph, your camera?
Yes, I did.
Ms. Seda, did you have an opportunity to review the photographs in states RR?
Yes, I did.
Did these photographs fairly and accurately show what you observed in the residence when you returned on January 15th of 2020?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to introduce the evidence listed marked as RR by identification of evidence of safety.
No objection.
RR's Romeo will be received as states 18.
Permission to publish?
Granted.
Now, when you went back on January 15th, did you focus on the master bedroom of the resident?
Yes.
Did everything that you observed in the residence appear to be the same as the last time you saw it 2 days prior?
Yes, ma'am.
This is photograph RR3. Which bedroom of the residence is this?
That is the master bedroom.
And is this the dresser right when you get in the bedroom?
Yes, it is.
This is photograph RR4. Are these all from the box that we just saw?
Yes, they are.
This is photograph RR5. Is this the same zip tie?
Yes.
And these zip ties, when you observed them, did they appear to all have already been used?
Yes, they were all fastened. They just appeared to have been cut.
And did you collect these zip ties?
Yes, I did.
I'm approaching the witness of what's in marked stage S for identification. Do you recognize that packaging?
Yes, I do.
Is that packaging in the same or substantially similar condition as the last time you saw it?
Yes, it is.
And what items did you place in this package?
4 large black zip ties.
Are these the zip ties that we just saw in the photograph?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, the state is seeking to introduce into evidence listed marked states S for identification of evidence in states 19.
No objection.
S as in Sierra will be received as states 19.
This is photograph RR8 of states 18. Where is this located in the residence?
That is the master bedroom. That's the bed post located on the left side of the bed.
This is photograph RR9. This is photograph RR10. Was the red strap that was on the bedpost one long strap?
Yes, it was. Yes, I did.
I'm approaching the witness with what's been on case 2 for identification. Do you recognize the packaging?
Yes, I do.
Is the packaging in the same or substantially similar condition as the last time you saw it on January 15th of 2019?
Yes, it is.
2020, I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
What did you place inside this bag?
A red utility strap.
Is that the same red utility strap that we just saw in these photos?
Yes, it is.
All right, this time the state would seek to introduce an evidence what's been marked state's key for identification and evidence.
No objection.
T's and Tango will be received as states 20.
Now showing photograph R11 from state 15. Where is this located?
That is under the bed on the left side of the bed.
When you say bed, which bed are you in?
The bed in the master bedroom.
Was this item collected?
Yes, it was.
What was this item?
It was a BB gun.
I'm approaching the witness with what's been marked state's use for identification. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, I do.
Does this package contain the same BB gun that we just saw in that last photograph?
Yes, it does.
And is the packaging in the same or substantially similar condition as the last time we saw it on January 15th?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to introduce an evidence what's been marked state's use for identification and evidence state's 21.
No objection.
You will be received as states 21.
This is photograph R14 from state 18. Where in the residence is this located?
That is the master closet in the master bedroom.
This is RR15 exhibit. This is RR16 of the same exhibit. RR17. What is this item?
That is an additional BB gun.
This is photograph RR21. Was this receipt also located in the black bag?
Yes, it was.
And do you see what the date on this receipt is?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
December 18th, 2019.
I'm approaching the witnesses with the marked state's duty for identification. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, I do.
The packaging and the outside of this item is in the same substantially similar condition as the last time you saw it.
Yes, it is.
What did you package in this package?
A Black Daisy power line 415 BB gun, a container of Benjamin hollow point .177 caliber BBs, and 16 BBs unloaded from the BB gun.
Is this BB gun what we saw you photograph in the black bag when we were looking at photographs of the scene?
Yes, the BB gun in the bag from the closet.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to introduce the evidence of the marked state DD for identification and evidence.
No objection.
V as in Victor will be received as states 22.
Did you also receive items of evidence from the medical examiner's office in this case?
Yes, I did.
Did you photograph those items?
Yes, I did.
For the record, I'm approaching the witness with what's been marked states HH, states BB, states BB, and states TT for identification. Starting with states HH. Did you package this item?
Yes, I did.
Is this an item that you received from the medical examiner's office?
Yes, it is.
What did this item when you collected it, what was it identified as?
It's a DNA card collected from Megan Todt.
And it's in substantially similar condition as the last time that you saw it?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm now handing you state TD identification. Do you recognize this package?
Yes, I do.
Is it in the same or substantially similar condition as the last time you saw it?
Yes, it is.
Is this an item that you received from the medical examiner's office?
Yes, it is.
What was this item identified to you as?
A DNA card belonging to Tyler Todt.
Now handing you state DD for identification. Do you recognize that package?
Yes, I do.
Is that package in the same or substantially similar condition as the last time that you saw it?
Yes, it is.
When you received, did you receive this item from the medical examiner's office?
Yes, I did.
When you received this item, what was it identified to you as?
A DNA card from Alec Todt.
I'm now handing you states FS for identification. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, I do.
Is this item in the same or substantially similar condition as the last time that you saw it?
Yes, it is.
Is it an item that you received from the medical examiner's office?
Yes, it is.
When you received it from the medical examiner's office, what was it identified to you as?
A DNA card from Zoe Todt.
Finally, I'm handing you states TT for identification. Did you have an opportunity to previously view the photographs in states TT?
Yes.
Do the photographs in states TT fairly and accurately depict the items that you received from the medical examiner's office in regards to the case?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to introduce states TT for identification into evidence in states 23.
No objection.
Double T as in Tango will be received as states 23.
originally went to 202 Reserve Place, were the bodies still at the residence?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to photograph them?
Yes.
And you had an opportunity to observe any objects if there were any around them?
Yes.
Did you notice when you were on scene anything that was in their hands?
Yes, I did.
What was in their hands?
Rosaries.
Was that in each one, Megan Todt, Alec, Zoe, and Tyler's hand?
Yes, it was.
Did you receive those items from the medical examiner's office?
Yes, I did.
Permission to publish the
Granted.
When you received the items from the medical examiner's office, how were they packaged?
They're each packaged in brown paper bags.
Was each of the items packaged with an identifying name?
Yes, all of the items were packaged with each individual person's name.
This is photograph TT4 from page 23. This is TT5. This is photograph TT8. Photograph TT9. Photograph TT13. TT14. TT17. TT18. TT21. And TT22. Your Honor, can we approach briefly?
Sure. Sorry. Gotcha. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take about a 10-minute stretch break. Please don't discuss the facts of the case with anyone. Please don't conduct any independent research. Thank you.
All right.
You may step down. Thank you. Be in a 10-minute recess.
Thank you, Your Honor. Court is recessed for 10 minutes.
Right, thank you. State, what is the numbering of the anticipated item of evidence?
24.
24? No, what's it pre-marked as?
I have
I see Exhibit II. Thank you. Is the state requesting to publish II if they're accepted into evidence? And how do you anticipate publishing this photographs? Right, thank you. All right, the state's next item of evidence that they anticipate eliciting, if it is received as evidence, contains sensitive photographs. The photographs depict human bodies as well as potential injuries to the human bodies. The court acknowledges the sensitive and emotional nature of these photographs. If there are any members in the gallery who believes that they may have any emotional response to these sensitive photographs that rises to the level of being disruptive, I'll ask that they remove themselves from the courtroom prior to the presentation or the publication of any of this evidence. As for members of the news media, I'm going to request that the news media exercise discretion in not broadcasting items from State's Exhibit II if they are received into evidence. Anything further that we need to talk about, defense?
No, Judge, I'll know any objection based on the court's previous ruling at the time should the item be.
Understood. Thank you. All right. Do you wish for the court to acknowledge your previous objection or just to find on the record that there is an objection that was fully discussed at the pretrial motion?
If you want me to do it now, I can, but I can, at the time that they move me, I'll contest the court's previous ruling.
Understood. Your continued objection to the photographs is noted. All right. Let's return the jury, please.
All rise for the jury.
Court may be seated. Thank you. Ms. Pinnell, you may continue.
states II.
Yes, I did.
Do these photographs fairly and accurately depict the bodies as you observed them on January 13th of 2020 in the master bedroom?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to introduce into evidence what's been marked states II for identification and evidence in states 24.
Subject to the court's previous ruling.
I will be received as states 24. Granted.
I'm standing near the doorway of the bedroom. To the left, furthest away from the master bed. Yes. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
Is the packaging in the same substantially similar condition as last time?
Yes, it is.
And what is inside the box?
A green and black handled buck knife.
Is that the knife that we just saw in the photograph?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to introduce the evidence of the marked and evidence.
No objection.
M as in Mike will be received as states 25.
You also swabbed that.
Yes, I did.
I'm handing you state Q for identification and state R for identification. both of those items appear to be in the same or substantially similar condition as the last time you saw them?
Yes.
What is in each one, starting with state
Okay. That is a swab of the green and black buck knife handle for handler DNA.
And what is state R?
The swab of suspected blood from the green and black buck knife.
And you processed the knife yourself?
Yes, I did.
How did you collect these swabs?
The swabs were collected, 2 cotton tip swabs. They were collected separately on their own cotton tip swabs. One of the swabs was moistened with water, and then the area was swabbed.
How did you ensure the integrity of the swabs in both states Q and R?
The swabs were placed in clean white swab boxes and then placed in their independent manila envelopes and then sealed.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to introduce into evidence what's been marked state Q in evidence of state 26 and state R in evidence of state 27.
No objection to either, Judge.
Q will be received as states 26. R, as in Romeo, will be received as states 27.
This is photograph II-14. What are we looking at?
That is a photo of the deceased dog.
This is II-15.
May?
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Smith? Cross-examination?
Yes, Judge. Good afternoon, Ms. Seda.
Good afternoon.
Now, initially with this case, you were tasked with documenting the scene, correct?
That's correct.
And you documented that via photographs?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, can we approach, please?
Sure.
Ms. Seda, in this case, you responded to multiple locations, correct?
That's correct.
And you ended up responding to some locations multiple times as well, correct?
That's correct.
So let's start first with the 202 Reserve. Were you first on the scene?
There were personnel from Osceola County there prior to me arriving.
Were you the first forensic tech on scene?
Yes.
Were you the only forensic tech on scene?
No, ma'am.
And when you entered the house appeared to be in order?
Yes, ma'am.
And the kitchen area was clean?
Yes, generally.
And do you know the number of people who had been to the scene prior to you?
No, ma'am.
Do you know how long they had been on the scene before you arrived?
No, ma'am.
And when you responded to the scene, were the members of law enforcement still inside or were they outside of the home?
I believe everyone was outside.
Now, initially you started your documentation process with the exterior of the home,
Yes, ma'am.
and that's only the front exterior initially, correct?
I believe I did all the way around the exterior of the home.
Okay. And then in terms of interior, you started downstairs first?
Yes, ma'am.
And once you arrived, did law enforcement point out any areas of interest that they might have disturbed prior to your arrival?
No, ma'am.
And then the items that were on the porch that you initially documented, I believe those were phones, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you notice those first, or did law enforcement point those out to you?
I believe those were pointed out to me.
And those were 2 phones, correct?
That's correct.
And then the business card that was photographed, do you know if that was already on the ground when law enforcement got there or if it was still inside the door?
Prior to my arrival, I don't know its condition.
And then the area that was off of the kitchen with the various packages, you photographed those areas, correct?
That's correct.
And all of those items in the box had already been wrapped?
Yes, ma'am.
There was nothing on there to identify who the packages belonged to, correct?
I don't recall. Just the exterior, larger brown box that they were in had information on them.
But you don't know who put those items in the box?
No, I don't.
And during your initial documentation of the scene, I believe you indicated the lights were off?
That's what was told to me upon my arrival, but once I started my documentation, the electricity was back on.
So did you wait for the lights to be turned on to start, or it just happened to be on by the time you were ready to start?
At the moment it turned on, I don't recall.
Now, in terms of processing for prints, are you doing that simultaneously with the photograph process, kind of as you're going through, or are you photographing first and then documenting for prints?
Like on the items of evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
So the processing of the items of evidence occurred at the sheriff's office once I had cleared the scene.
So all the latent print processing, those 10 cards that you were talking about on direct, that all occurred at the sheriff's office?
Yes, ma'am.
So those items you collected, you then processed at the sheriff's office?
I'm sorry, can you ask me the question again?
The items that you collected, you then processed for prints at the sheriff's office?
Yes, ma'am.
So anything that you thought you might need to document or process for prints is what you would collect as evidence, among other items, potentially?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, in terms of the trash can in the kitchen, was this one like the 13-gallon trash cans or one of the smaller ones? Do you recall?
I don't know the exact size, but it seemed pretty similar to around 13 gallons.
And that bag was full?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that the only trash can in the kitchen?
That I recall, yes.
And was that the only trash bag in the kitchen?
A used trash bag that I recall, yes.
Yes, ma'am, you, sorry.
Yeah.
And within that trash can, there was only the one Benadryl bottle that you located?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you process the rest of the kitchen trash for other items of potential evidentiary value?
No.
Did you go through the entire kitchen trash to see if there was anything else of evidentiary value?
Yes, ma'am.
And then I believe in the downstairs area, there's also a bathroom as well, or a half bath?
Yes.
And the trash can that was in that bathroom, that was a much smaller trash can?
Yes, ma'am.
And there was only the one trash can in that bathroom as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And only the one bag of trash?
Yes, ma'am.
And that trash can only had the plug-in type items?
Packaging, yes.
Is that the only area that you located these plug-in packagings within the home?
That I saw, yes.
And there was no Benadryl in that bathroom, correct?
No.
And then there was an item, I believe it was L91 through 93, a photograph of like a piece of paper on the stairs. Did you notice that initially when you walked into the house, or was that pointed out at a later time?
The receipt that was at the bottom of the stairs?
Yes, ma'am.
No, I noticed that. I made that observation while photographing.
And you're not sure how that got there?
No, ma'am.
Did you talk with any of the law enforcement on scene to kind of get any feel for the scene or anything like that?
I conducted a walkthrough with them just to see if they had noted any evidence that stood out to them.
So would the walkthrough have occurred prior to your documentation process beginning?
Yes.
And do you recall if they noted any areas that of emphasis or focus?
No, just the master bedroom.
So they didn't indicate anything about the piece of paper on the stairs?
No.
And when you did the walkthrough, did you do the walkthrough of upstairs as well?
Yes.
And then once you go up the stairs, I believe there was a photograph that was shown, I believe that was L97, of the top of the stairs area where there was a Benadryl bottle. On that photograph, do you recall if there was also a phone in that photograph?
I believe there was also a phone, yes.
And was it just the one phone for that area?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall if that phone was collected in evidence as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, it was.
Yes.
Now, the Benadryl bottle that was in the kitchen, that was liquid Benadryl?
Yes.
And then the Benadryl bottle that's on the stair banister type area, is that liquid or something else?
It was a bottle for tablets.
Tablets, so is that pills, chewables? Does it differ?
I don't recall. It was just like pills, essentially.
And then the bottle that was in the kitchen, do you recall if that was adult versus children Benadryl?
I believe it was children's.
And Benadryl, does it come in children form specifically versus standard adult form, to your knowledge?
Yes, it does.
And do you know what Benadryl is typically used for?
Injection outside the scope.
She can answer if she knows.
Speculation.
Do you know, Ms. Seda?
For allergies.
Now, the bottle that was photographed at the top of the stairs, that was an empty bottle with a loose cap on the ground, correct?
Yes.
And then I believe there was another Benadryl bottle located near a wicker basket in what appeared to be a girl's room.
Yes, ma'am.
And that bottle, do you recall if that was adult versus children?
That was just the box, and I don't recall whether the box said children's or not.
And do you recall if that was tablet versus liquid?
I do not.
And that was just an empty bottle, empty box, no bottle, correct?
Correct.
Now, in comparison to the downstairs area, did the upstairs area appear to be more lived in?
It contained the bedrooms. As far as more lived in, I'm not sure what you mean by that.
I guess compared to downstairs, appearing orderly and put together, would you describe upstairs as being the same way or something different?
The master bedroom was the most disorderly area, in my opinion.
Now, in terms of the master bedroom, do you recall if you located any Benadryl bottles within that room?
Yes.
And how many bottles was that?
I recall it was just the one that was on the nightstand that had fallen under the bed.
Do you recall if that was liquid or capsules or tablets, excuse me?
That was a pill bottle.
So when you say tablets and pills, are you using those words interchangeably?
Yes.
And do you know if these pills were chewable or had to be swallowed?
I don't recall.
And were there any other Benadryl bottles that were located in the 202 house that we haven't gone over?
I don't believe so.
Now, in terms of other items that were processed and collected from within the home, I believe you mentioned something about a black and green knife sheath, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's basically the holder for the knife?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you able to process that for prints?
I don't believe I processed the sheath.
And what about the knife itself?
Yes.
Were you successful in obtaining any prints?
On the knife, yes.
I want to back up for a second. The Benadryl bottle in the kitchen, were you able to get any prints off of that?
Yes, ma'am.
And then the Benadryl bottle that was on the stair banister, were you able to get prints off of that?
I don't recall.
And then the Benadryl box that was on the wicker basket, do you recall if you were able to get prints off of that?
No, I wasn't.
And then the one that was in the master bedroom, were you able to get prints off of that?
No.
And then in the windowsill of the master, there was a knife with a black handle, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Where I believe you said you processed that for prints and suspected blood?
Yes.
And with processing, is that the three-step process you were testifying to on direct examination or something else?
For the knife, it would have been for DNA on the suspected blood and the handle, and then processing for prints, yes.
So the print process would be what you testified to on direct, and then, correct?
Yes.
And then the blood, that was where you used the Q-tip essentially to swab it with the wet and dry use?
Yes.
And were those items ultimately fully processed in-house, or were they submitted somewhere else?
They were fully processed in-house.
And then you indicated there was a note on an ottoman that you processed as well?
Yes.
Was that processed for prints, DNA, or something else?
Fingerprints.
Were you able to collect prints from that?
Yes.
Now, in terms of the exterior of the home, that's kind of the area between 202, the main, and 202B, correct?
That's correct.
Now, outside of this area, you indicated there was a trash can, correct?
Yes.
Do you know what trash pickup days were for that area?
No, I do not.
Were any dumps or landfills searched as a part of your documentation or collection process?
No.
And in that trash can, I believe you indicated there was a trash bag? Or a CVS bag, maybe?
Yes.
And so was it only like the one store size CVS bag that was in the trash?
There were other items in there, but the CVS bag was of interest.
When you say there were other items in there, do you mean that there were other trash bags or trash items in there?
Just other things thrown away.
Loose items?
Yes.
So there were no other trash bags in the trash can aside from the CVS bag?
There were no like large trash bags, no.
What about other small store size bags like the CVS one?
Do not recall specifically.
And within the CVS bag, I believe there was Benadryl and wall drill collected, correct?
That's correct.
What is wall drill?
I believe that's just an off-brand medicine similar to Benadryl.
How many wall drills were within that bag, do you recall?
I believe there was 2.
And are these tablets or liquid?
That I do not recall.
And then what about Benadryls themselves? Were there also regular standard name Benadryls located in there as well?
Yes.
How many of those?
2.
Do you recall if those were tablets or liquid?
I believe those were tablets.
And in terms of that processing, I believe you indicated you were able to get 3 latent cards. Do you recall how many cards you got from each of the items, or was that just the total cumulative?
That was cumulative after processing all of that.
And you're not sure how many cards or prints you were able to collect from the wall drill specifically, for example?
The specifics would be indicated on the latent card.
So when you make the latent cards, could those prints be from multiple items that are put together on one card, or does each card correlate to a specific item?
Each card correlates to a specific item.
And then from there, that was roughly the initial conclusion with your initial processing of 202 and 202B?
Yes.
And then from there, I believe is when you went to the Longview apartment address?
That's correct.
And when you got there, were you the only forensic tech on scene there?
Yes.
And were there other law enforcement officers at the Longview address?
Yes.
Did you do the same process in terms of a walkthrough there?
Yes.
And did you start first with the apartment itself or with the vehicle?
The vehicle.
And in terms of this apartment complex, to your knowledge, are there assigned parking?
That I'm not sure of.
The area where the vehicle was located, did it give any indication that the vehicle was assigned to that spot?
Not that I recall.
And when you responded, there was a law enforcement officer with that van?
Yes.
But at that point, I believe on direct you testified that you weren't sure if you sealed it or if another officer had sealed it?
That's correct.
So it was not sealed at that time, it's sealed prior to transport?
That's what I don't recall.
Okay. Did you process the van on scene, or did you wait till you got it back to the sheriff's office?
It was processed at the sheriff's office.
And when we're talking processing, is that the same latent print process that we described, or is that also the photographing process?
That was just photographs and the collection of evidence.
Was done at the sheriff's office?
Yes.
So then you went in, did you go within the apartment at the Longview?
Yes.
And did you do the walkthrough? I believe you testified that yes, you did a walkthrough with that as well?
Yes.
And were there any items that were noted of evidentiary value from prior law enforcement that they wanted you to focus on?
No.
And within that Longview address, I don't believe you noted any Benadryls being located there?
No.
Now, in terms of the actual processing of the van, I believe that was the next day?
Yes.
In terms of the 13th, was that all of your documentation and processing that was done between 202 and the Longview?
Yes.
So now on the 14th, we're processing the van at the sheriff's office?
That's correct.
And are you the only forensic tech that is doing this processing, or do you have assistants?
No, I was the only one.
Did you do any print collection for the van?
No, I did not.
And then after you completed the van processing, do you go, is that the end kind of for that day, or is that when you go back to the 202 reserve again?
That was the end for that day.
And so then the next day, I believe it's the 15th, is when we go back to 202 reserve?
That's correct.
And is this at your own direction, the direction of law enforcement, or what?
Direction of law enforcement.
Are they now indicating additional areas that they want you to focus on or process?
Yes.
And at this point, the scene had been secured from the 13th, correct?
That's correct.
And the bodies and everything had been removed?
Yes.
And the items that you previously had collected had been removed?
Yes.
And are you the only forensic tech that is doing the processing on this day on the 15th, or do you have assistants?
I believe I had assistants.
Do you recall who?
I believe forensic technician Allison Lassane responded back to the residence with me.
And when you respond back to 202 reserve, at this point, the main focus is the master bedroom?
Yes.
And I believe we saw some photographs from a box that you previously had documented on the 13th, correct?
That's correct.
And the zip ties that we saw in terms of the 15th day, was that after going through that box, or were those on top that you were able to see without going in the box?
Those were in plain view on top.
Did you locate any zip tie packaging?
No.
And is this the only area within the home that you located, or I guess the master bedroom area that you located zip ties?
Yes.
And then in terms of the red strap, the long strap, that was affixed to the headboard?
Yes.
And do you recall how it was affixed? Was it just knotted, or was it looped through something?
I remember there being knots on the utility strap, affixing it to the headboard.
Was the headboard, to your recollection, a solid headboard, or did it have slants almost like stairs? I guess is the best way to kind of describe it.
That I do not recall.
And then on this day is when you also collect the BB guns, correct?
That's correct.
And the initial one was on the left side of the bed?
Yes.
And was this the same left side of the bed where the knife was in the windowsill?
Yes.
And the left side of the bed was the bed that was free, that wasn't where Miss Todt was at? If that confused you with that, let me know.
Yes, it did.
The left side of the bed, was the left side of the bed empty as opposed to where Miss Todt was laying?
Oh, yes.
And then there were some items on the shelf in the master. So is this one of the rooms where you enter the bedroom and then the closet is within the bedroom?
Yes, their closet was within the bathroom.
So you go into the bedroom, enter a bathroom, and then there's a closet within there?
That's correct.
And then I believe there was a photo of a receipt in there as well?
That's correct.
And did that receipt correspond with that specific item, or was that receipt unrelated to that item?
It had the BBs on there and one of the BB guns.
And then the items that you received from the medical examiner's office, did you physically go to the medical examiner's office to receive those, or were those kind of shipped, so to speak, to the sheriff's office?
I responded to the medical examiner's office.
Was this prior to or after, to your knowledge, of any autopsies that were conducted?
That I do not recall.
Do you know when you responded to the medical examiner's office?
If I can refer to my report, I have the date in my report.
Do you have your report up?
Yes, ma'am.
Can I retrieve it from you so I can show it to the state, and then you let me know if that'll refresh your recollection? If referring to your report will refresh your recollection, that's fine.
Okay, thank you.
And then just look up and let me know when your memory has been refreshed. Has your memory been refreshed?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall when you received the items from the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
When was that?
February 12th, 2020.
February 12th?
Yes, ma'am.
So about a month after.
Yes, ma'am.
And is that when you also received the DNA cards, I believe it was?
Yes.
And the DNA cards in terms of that you received from the medical examiner's office, are those different than the latent print type cards that you personally prepared during your documentation?
Yes.
And what are the DNA cards in terms of from the medical examiner's office?
So the DNA cards received from the medical examiner's office are samples of DNA from each of the individuals placed on a card.
So are we talking blood, saliva? Because I know there's different types of DNA.
Yes, blood.
And then the photographing of the items from the medical examiner, was that done at the medical examiner or back at the sheriff's office?
At the sheriff's office.
In terms of each of the Benadryl bottles, were all of those I believe you testified to were processed, correct?
That's correct.
All just weren't successful in obtaining prints?
Some of them were not.
And that's the same thing with the wall draw? Those both were processed?
The ones collected from the trash can?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
And then in terms of knives, there were 2 total knives that were collected?
That's correct.
And both knives were processed?
Yes, ma'am.
And then in terms of BB guns, 2 BB guns?
Yes.
And were both of those processed?
No.
Were either of them processed?
No.
And when we say processed, that refers to both DNA and or fingerprints?
That's
or latent
correct.
prints?
That's correct.
And I believe you previously testified that the sheets were not processed to your knowledge.
May I refer to my processing list?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
If that'll refresh your recollection.
The sheets were not processed.
And then in terms of, aside from the 10 print cards that you testified to, did you process other areas of the house specifically for prints or only those, like the Benadryl bottles, essentially?
No, there were other areas processed as well.
Were you successful in obtaining prints from those other areas?
No.
Do you recall what some of the other areas were that you processed but were unsuccessful in obtaining prints?
The doors to gain access into the main residence.
Anything else besides that?
No, ma'am.
And when you say the main residence, are we referring to front door versus back door versus 202B? I want to specify that.
The door is at 202.
And when you say doors, front and back door, or just one of the doors?
I believe it was both doors. Let me confirm. So specifically, it was the exterior and interior surface of the front door and the master bedroom door.
So no back door?
No, ma'am.
So front door and bedroom door?
Yes, ma'am.
Specifically master bedroom?
Yes, ma'am.
And aside from some of the items that we've talked about that you collected, did you collect any other loose papers within the home?
Outside of the note, I don't believe so.
Did you collect any like folders or journals or anything like that?
That, yes.
When you say that, yes, which yes?
The journal.
Did you photograph and document that journal as well?
Yes.
And was that also collected and submitted into evidence?
Yes, it was.
In terms of the number of phones that were collected, was it a total of 3?
Or
do you know?
I think there was 4. There was 2 outside on the porch, the one up on the banister, and then there was one underneath a bathroom sink upstairs on the second floor.
And when you say bathroom sink, master bathroom sink or another bathroom sink?
It was like a guest bath upstairs on the second floor. It was outside the master bedroom in the hallway.
So 2 outside, 1 on the banister, 1 under or near a sink?
Yes, ma'am.
And then do you know the total number of Benadryl bottles that were collected?
Yes.
How many? And if you can refer to your refresh your recollection, that's fine.
Thank you.
Eight Benadryl bottles?
Yes, ma'am.
And when we say bottles, are we referring to both the caplets, the tablets, and bottles separately, or are you counting 8 as those collectively?
8 collectively total between the Benadryl and the Waldryl.
Okay. So that counts the Waldryl as well?
Yes.
And all of those packagings were completely empty?
Yes.
Did you locate any Benadryl or Waldryl tablets throughout the house?
Not that I recall.
And in terms of I know you mentioned knives were processed. Was only blood on or the suspected blood on the knife processed?
No.
Was there other blood that was processed as well?
Yes.
Was the suspected blood on the knife also processed?
Yes.
And then I believe with that knife, there were some blood droplets that were located, correct?
There was suspected blood, yes.
Was that processed?
Yes, ma'am.
And were those photographed as well?
Yes, ma'am.
What about, I believe, like in the kitchen area, there were some bottles or glasses that were collected, correct?
That's correct.
Were those processed?
The bottles.
And you can refer to your report if that helps.
Thank you. No, they were not.
No, the bottles weren't?
That's correct. They were not.
And was that bottle a bottle of wine?
The outside label was for a bottle of wine, yes.
And then I believe on one of the phones that was photographed in evidence, there seemed to have been a pink substance on that. Do you know if that was ever processed or sampled?
I did collect a sample.
Do you know if that was processed? Aside from being collected, was something else done with it?
No, ma'am.
And then I believe near one of the floors and dressers, there was also a pink substance. Same question, was that collected?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that processed? Separate from the collection?
As in sent to another lab?
Yeah.
No.
And then the phones, do you recall if they had battery power or anything like that when you collected them?
No, I do not.
Was that something that you would have documented in your report, if so?
I believe so.
You can refer, if you're referring to your report, refresh your recollection, that's fine.
Thank you.
Has your memory refreshed?
I did not indicate that information in my report.
And then, in terms of the phone that had the pink substance on it, do you recall which of the 4 phones that were collected that was?
Yes. Can I refer to my report?
Yes, ma'am.
It was the black iPhone that was located on the porch.
And did that phone appear to be operable, to your knowledge, based off of what you knew or could tell from the scene?
I don't recall if it was on or not.
And then was there, I know that one of the photographs of the state showed, I believe there was like a bottle of bleach. Was there any evidence that was ever used at the scene or within the home?
Not that I knew of.
No further questions.
Thank you. Redirect.
Briefly, Your Honor. The Benadryl bottle that would be coinciding with states number 7 that was located on the wicker basket in Zoe's room. You collected latent prints from that Benadryl package, correct?
Can I refer to my report to look at my evidence list where the
That
latent?
help refresh
Yes.
your recollection?
Yes. There were 3 latent lift cards collected from that box.
Can I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Of course.
I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. She stepped down. Is she excused from subpoena?
Thank you.
Thank you. Member of the jury benefit from a comfort break? Anyone? Seeing none? May call your next witness.
They will call Selena Melendez.
Thank you.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to enter in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Good afternoon. Will you please say your first and last name and spell your last name for the jury?
My name is Selena Melendez, Melendez.
How are you employed?
I'm currently employed with the Osceola County Sheriff's Office.
What do you do with the sheriff's office?
I am employed as a forensic technician.
What type of education and training have you undergone to be able to perform your duties as a forensic technician?
I received my bachelor's degree in criminal justice with a minor in biology and a crime scene investigation certificate from the University of Central Florida. When I was hired with the Osceola County Sheriff's Office, I received a 12-week-long comprehensive training in crime scene processing and laboratory processing. I also received more than 200 hours in forensic training in different forensic disciplines.
On January 15th of 2020, did you come into contact with somebody identified to you as Anthony Todt?
Yes.
Do you see that individual in the courtroom?
Yes.
Can you please identify an article of clothing and a location of the seat?
He is a blue button-up shirt.
When you came into contact with the defendant in this case, did you take some photographs?
Yes, I did.
Did you also collect a buccal swab?
Yes.
What is a buccal swab?
A buccal swab is a collection of a sample of the skin cells inside of your cheek.
And did you also collect fingerprints?
Yes. Yes.
What do you recognize this package to be?
The package is labeled buccal swab collected from Anthony John Todt.
Did you label that package?
Yes, I did.
Is that package in the same or substantially similar condition as the last time you saw it?
Yes.
I'm now handing you states C for identification. Do you recognize this package?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
The package is labeled major case prints collected from Anthony John Todt.
And is this package in the same or substantially similar condition as the last time you saw it?
Yes.
I'm now showing you states SS for identification. Did you have an opportunity to previously review those photographs?
Yes.
Do those photographs fairly and accurately depict the defendant as you observed him on January 5th?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to introduce into evidence state A for identification. Into evidence is 28. States C for identification into evidence as 29. And states SS for identification into evidence as 30. No objection.
States A will be received as states 28. States C as in Charlie will be received as states 29. States SS as in Sierra will be received as states 30.
When you were collecting the buccal swab in this case, how did you do it?
Utilizing 2 sterile cotton tip swabs, I placed those swabs inside the defendant's mouth, swabbing both sides of his cheek to collect the skin cells. When the sample was collected, I then placed it in a clean box, packaged, sealed it, and it was submitted as an item of evidence.
Did you also wear gloves during the collection process?
Yes.
How did you ensure the integrity of the sample that you collected?
When it was packaged and sealed, it stays that way until it reaches the state laboratory.
How did you collect fingerprints from the defendant?
I utilized a fingerprint brush with black powder.
Did you explain the process?
So collecting major case prints is the collection of the impression of both hands to include the entire palm, this area being isolated, this area being isolated. Half of the palm is then split to isolate this area and this area. And then in addition to those, we take each impression of each finger from the bottom all the way to the tip.
When you collected major case prints in this case, did you roll, for lack of better words, the defendant's fingerprints?
Yes.
when you were photographing the defendant, did you ensure that any potential injury that you observed that you photographed?
Yes.
May I have just a moment?
Thank you. Cross-examination, Ms. Smith.
Good afternoon, Ms. Melendez.
Good afternoon.
Now, in this case, your main duty was in photographing Mr. Todt, correct?
I had two main duties for this case.
But in terms of what you were testifying to on direct, that was in terms of the photographs you took?
Yes.
Now, in photographing him, there was an injury on his hand, correct?
That is correct.
And there was also a bandaged area with a Band-Aid?
Yes.
And then on his chest area, there appeared to be like EKG type, I'm not sure the proper term for them, like the stickies, electrodes.
Yes, they were present.
And do you recall how many of those total you observed on his body?
I don't recall the total amount. I just know that they were in his chest area and abdomen area.
Chest and abdomen?
Yes.
And then on his chest, I believe there were also some wounds indicated?
Yes, there were.
And was that on the left and right side or only one side of the chest?
There were two wounds. One was located on the left side of his chest towards the lower area and on his abdomen.
So one on the chest and one on the abdomen?
Yes.
And then I believe the last photographs, SS15 and 16, were of a wound or something to the neck area?
I wouldn't say it's a wound. It's more of kind of like a impression or a mark.
And when you say impression or mark, are we talking flat, circular, or some other shape?
Perhaps like a depression, a slight depression on the neck. It could maybe be more of a crease.
So would that be a flat line, so to speak, as opposed to a triangle, a square, or a circle? What shape would you describe it as?
A linear mark.
And then aside from photographing him, you indicated that you took major prints of him?
Yes, that's correct.
And was that both hands, one hand?
Both hands.
Can I have a moment, Judge? Impression or depression, I guess, depending on which word you want to use, on the neck. Was it a wound? Was it dirt? How would you describe it?
I think the best way to describe it is perhaps a crease in the neck, and it appeared to have like a dark substance in that crease.
And the dark substance, would you say it was blood, dirt, something else? Did you test it?
No testing was done.
Was any collection, aside from photographing it, did you collect any swabs of that area?
No, due to it just appearing as if it was similar to a dirt substance, so it was left uncollected.
Can I have another moment, Judge? then the EKG, EEG, I'm not a medical staff, not sure those letters. Do you know what the purpose of those were for?
No, I don't know the purpose.
Do you know if he had been released from the hospital prior to your photographs?
I was advised that he was in the hospital.
No further questions, Judge.
Thank you. Redirect.
Yes, briefly, Your Honor. How long did you spend with the defendant?
Approximately an hour.
And during your time with the defendant, did you have to give the defendant instructions?
I don't recall giving specific instructions.
How did the defendant know to hold his hands out?
Yes, I directed him to position his body a certain way so I could capture photographs.
And did the defendant have any issue following?
Objection outside the scope of direct, or cross.
Did the defendant have any issue following your directions?
No, he was compliant.
And did you have to also give directions when you collected the buccal swabs?
Yes, I had asked him to open his mouth so I can insert the swabs to collect the samples from his cheek.
Any issue with the defendant following those instructions?
No, not at all.
And how about when you collected fingerprints?
No, he was very cooperative and he understood the direction and was calm, and I was able to collect the impressions from his hands.
No further questions.
Recross.
Yes, Judge. Ms. Melendez, and when was this that you were collecting these swabs?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
When was it that you collected these swabs? Everything that you testified to?
Oh, during the execution of the search warrant.
What day?
May I refer to my report?
If that'll refresh your recollection, yes, ma'am.
It was Wednesday, January 15th of 2020.
And you had been notified that he had been released from the hospital prior to that?
Yes.
One moment, Judge. Nothing further.
Thank you. And Ms. Melendez, step down.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is she excused from subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Melendez. Can I see the attorneys up here for a scheduling discussion? Thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take 10 minutes. As always, please don't discuss the facts of the case with anyone. Please don't conduct any independent research. Thanks.
All right, the jury, please.
recess.
Thank you, Your Honor. Court is in recess for 10 minutes.
To order, court back in session.
Maybe seated, thank you. Deputies, let's return our jury, please.
All rise for the jury.
May be seated, thank you. State of Florida may call their next witness.
They would call Erin West.
Mr. Clerk, please raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to enter in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do. Good afternoon. Will you please say your first and last name and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Erin West. Last name is spelled W-E-S-T.
Where are you employed?
I am currently employed for the Osceola County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the Sheriff's Office?
I have been with the Sheriff's Office since 2016.
Prior to being at the Osceola County Sheriff's Office, where were you employed?
Directly prior?
Yes.
Directly prior to the Sheriff's Office, I worked in multiple different locations, but I worked for the Brevard County Sheriff's Office, and I've also worked as a government contractor for the United States Army, as well as the FBI.
What are your duties at the Osceola County Sheriff's Office?
Currently, I am employed as the crime scene manager at the Osceola County Sheriff's Office. So I am responsible for overseeing our forensic services, which includes our forensic unit, our latent print unit, and our evidence unit.
In January of 2020, what was your assignment?
In January of 2020, I would have been employed in the latent print unit within the Osceola County Sheriff's Office.
What were you doing while you were a member of the latent print unit?
As a member of the latent print unit, I was responsible for analyzing and comparing latent print impressions that were recovered from crime scenes and also from items of evidence in the laboratory. I worked in the latent print unit for several years at the Osceola County Sheriff's Office, first as a latent print examiner And then I was promoted into the supervisory position over that unit.
Did you work as a latent print analyst anywhere else other than the Osceola County Sheriff's Office?
I have worked as a latent print analyst and worked with latent prints throughout the course of my career since I started in forensics in 2006.
What is the difference between a latent print and a known print?
So a latent print is a chance recording of the friction ridge skin, which the friction ridge skin is the raised portion of the skin that's located on the palms of our hands and the soles of our feet. And when we touch objects, we leave behind an impression of that friction ridge skin. It essentially works just like a stamp does. If you think about a rubber stamp, it has an image on the bottom of it. You put ink on it and you place that onto a surface and it leaves behind an impression of that image. Our friction ridge skin does the same. So we have sweats and oils and other residues on the surface of our friction ridge skin. And when we touch a surface, we leave behind a stamp of our friction ridge skin. So a latent print is that residue that we've left behind of the impression of our friction ridge skin. And we typically use chemical or physical means to develop that so it's visible to the naked eye. A known print is something that we intentionally record from a known individual. So we typically will use something like a black printer's ink. We will roll the ink on the surface of the friction ridge skin and roll that skin across a contrasting background like a white fingerprint card. And that way it records the friction ridge skin of that individual and we know what individual it came from. So we typically will use ink to do that, or we can use a live scan system, which essentially we place their fingers or palms on a scanner and the scanner captures the friction ridge skin images.
When you receive latent prints and known prints to be compared to each other, what is your process for doing that?
So when latent prints are recovered, they are either recovered by our officers or our forensic personnel. They are submitted into our evidence unit as items of evidence. And as a latent print examiner, I would go to our evidence unit and sign out those items of evidence. They would be signed into our unit and then we would start working them. So we would open the evidence packaging. We would examine the contents of the evidence packaging to make sure that what was documented on the exterior of the packaging is actually on the inside. And then we would go through the individual latents that we were provided to see what kind of information we could gather off of them, and if there is enough information present there for us to conduct a comparison. So when I am starting that process, we use a method called ACE-V when we are conducting comparisons. So the first thing that I would do in that process is I would analyze, is what the A stands for, analyze, the latent prints that are contained within the packaging. We are looking for a variety of different information when we are analyzing a latent print. So there are certain levels of details that we're looking for. The first level of detail is pattern types or ridge flow. So we have specific pattern types that the population, all of us in the population have on our fingertips. And then we have specific ridge flow that's present in our palms. So we would evaluate the latent prints to see if we can observe any of that. So for example, in our fingerprints, we have 3 common pattern types: loops, arches, and whorls. Loops, they enter in from one side of the finger, the ridges do, and they curve and they exit out the same side of the finger. Whorls are circular patterns of ridge formations that happen in the center of our fingers, and arches are patterns where the ridges flow in from one side of the finger, they raise slightly, and they exit out the other side of the finger, kind of like a hill. And we all have different combinations of these patterns on our fingers. So that's the first thing we would be looking for, is a specific type of pattern or ridge flow. After we examine the latents for level 1 detail, we would look for level 2 detail, which is the actual individual characteristics that are happening in the ridges, within the ridges. So we have hundreds of ridges in our fingers and in our palms, and there are characteristics that are common to them. So there are 3 types of characteristics that happen in our ridges. The first are called ridge endings. That's when the ridge travels along and it abruptly stops. Second is called bifurcations. That's when the ridge is traveling along and it splits into 2. And the third are called dots, and they're just small segments of ridges that are detached from the ridges around them. So when we're looking for level 2 detail, we're going to determine how much of that is present and their orientation and location to one another. Then we're going to be looking at level 3 detail, which is the individual pores. So we have sweat pores that are located on the palms of our hands and the soles of our feet. That's why our hands get clammy and sweaty sometimes. Those pores, the sweat actually opens out. The pore opens onto the tops of the ridges.
Narrative.
Ask your next question.
What additional information do you look at when you're looking at latent prints in order to be able to utilize them to compare?
Besides the information I was just going through.
Besides the information you already went through, is there additional information that you look for?
Yes, so I told you guys how I look for level 1, 2 details, and then I was describing level 3, which is pores and the shapes of the ridges. And in addition to that, we'll take into account like the surface that it was on, the type of processing that was used when it was developed, the processing technique, and all of those things. So we'll do all of that data collecting. And once we have determined all of that information, then we'll move into the comparison stage. So at that point, I'm going to take all of the information that I gathered in that first step, and I'm going to compare it to the set of known prints. And I'm going to look back and forth between the known and the unknown to determine if all of that information that I just told you guys about is present in the known print as well. So we're going to be looking back and forth between the latent and known and comparing that data. At that point, once I've conducted that comparison, I'm going to reach the evaluation stage, which is essentially where I'm going to come to a conclusion. So I'm going to come to one of 3 conclusions where I can either identify the latent print to the known print and saying that those 2 impressions originated from the same source. I can come to the conclusion of an exclusion, which means that they were not made by the same source. Or I can reach an inconclusive, which means that essentially I need more information. And so that's how we would conduct a comparison within the unit.
Is every latent print that is collected able to be utilized by you?
No, every latent print that's collected I have not personally been able to utilize.
What are some of the issues that you have come across in your career that would prohibit you from analyzing a latent print?
So I would still conduct an analysis on any latent print that I received to determine what information is present. And some of the reasons why we might not use a latent print for comparison is that the quality of the latent print is very poor. Maybe there's a lot of interference from the processing method that was used or the surface that it came off of, and the information's not very clear, so it's not readily usable for us. It might be very, very small, so we might just not have a lot of information there at all. So even if it's clear, maybe it's just very, very tiny and there's not a lot of information to draw from it. So those might be some of the reasons why we might not use a latent print for comparison.
What information do you need in order to be able to make a positive identification?
So to make an identification when we are comparing the latent print to the known print, we would expect that the information that we have located in the latent print is also present in the known. And we will be going back and forth looking for both similarities and dissimilarities between the two prints. And if we reach a point where we have found a lot of discrepancies between the two, then we will exclude those as belonging to the same source. If we are going through and we're finding that the information we're seeing in the latent print is also present in the known, and we have an abundance of that information, so much so that we would not expect to find those similarities in any two other random people, then we would move forward with making that an identification.
During your career, since 2006, roughly how many times have you had the opportunity to compare latent prints to known prints?
At this point in my career, I have compared hundreds of thousands of latent prints to known prints.
Did you receive latent prints in this case as well as a set of known prints?
Yes, I did.
For the record, I'm approaching the witness with what's been marked state 6 and state 29. First, talking about states 29. Did you receive states 29 in order to review as known prints?
Yes, I did.
And who does the packaging purport these prints to be from?
The packaging indicates that these prints belong to Anthony John Todt.
What is in the packaging for the known prints? When I say that, are both hands imaged in there, all 10 fingers, that type of information?
The packaging indicates that it's major case prints, and so when we are collecting a set of major case prints, that would include the recording of all of the fingers as well as the palms.
And states 6 are latent print cards that you received in this case?
Yes, that's correct.
And the latent print cards, how many did you receive?
I received 14 latent print cards in total.
Did you identify each of the cards utilizing a separate number?
I did mark the individual cards with a unique identifier.
What unique identifier did you use?
We typically begin with the item number. So in this case, this exhibit was assigned as Exhibit 55. So I would have gone through each of the cards and labeled each card starting with the number 1. So I would have started with 55-1, 55-2, and I would have continued through 55-14.
Latent card 55-1. Does the card indicate where this latent print was recovered?
Yes, there are descriptions written on the back of the cards.
What does 55-1 indicate to you?
May I read from the card?
Yes.
The back of 55-1 indicates that it was lifted from a Benadryl box, marker 11, and then in parentheses it says side.
Are there any other print cards related to this specific Benadryl box that you marked?
I believe there were additional ones as well, yes.
Would that be 55-2 and 55-8?
Yes, that is correct.
And did you perform a comparison for 55-1, 55-2, and 55-8 in comparison with the known prints that you received as being from Anthony Todt?
Yes, I did. I did analysis on 51-1, -2, and -8, and I was able to compare latent prints that were located on 55-1 and 55-2. And then 55-8, I didn't observe any latent prints of value for comparison.
What opinion did you form with regards to 55-1?
On 55-1, I observed one latent print of value for comparison. I conducted a comparison on that and compared that latent print to the known prints that were provided of, I'm sorry, is it Todt? Not Todt, Todt. And the latent print I identified to the right middle finger of Todt.
What about 55-2?
So 55-2 was the same. I identified one latent print of value for comparison on this card. I conducted the comparison with the known prints and identified this latent print to the right thumb of Todt.
And you said 55-8 you determined did not have value to you?
Correct.
What does that mean?
So when I evaluated the information that was present on the latent print, either there were no latent prints present or there was not enough information or the information was of too poor quality to conduct a comparison with.
Next, let's talk about 55-3. Did you have other latent cards that correlated with the item of evidence from 55-3?
So the description on the back of 55-3 matched one other card in the case.
What's the other card number?
The other card number was 55-7.
And where do these latent print cards indicate the print is from?
The back of the latent print card on these two lifts indicated that they were collected from a Benadryl box at marker 20, and the 55-3 in parentheses it says side/flap, and 55-7 says in parentheses side.
Were you able to locate any latent prints of value from 55-3?
55-3, I did not see any latent prints that could be utilized for comparison on that lift card.
How about 55-7?
55-7, I did find one latent print of value for comparison. I compared that latent print to the known prints of Todt and identified it to the right thumb of Todt.
Next, let's talk about 55-4. Where does the latent print card indicate that these latent prints are from?
55-4, the description says that it was lifted from a Benadryl. In parentheses, it says 202B, 100 tablet box, and then there's another parentheses that says side.
Are there any other latent print cards that also appear to be from this same piece of evidence?
Yes, there is.
Which numbers are those?
55-5 and 55-6 are indicated as being lifted from the same location.
Did you recover any, or were there any utilized latent prints from 55-6?
No, there were not.
Why not?
Same as before, when I evaluated this latent print card, I didn't observe any latent print impressions of value for comparison.
What about 55-4?
55-4, I did have one latent print on this card that I went ahead and conducted a comparison with, and that was one of the ones that I came to the conclusion of inconclusive for. So inconclusive would mean that there was not enough information to definitively say that it was an identification or an exclusion.
What about 55-5?
55-5, there was one latent print of value for comparison on this latent print card, and that I compared with the known prints of Todt, and that was identified to the right thumb of Todt. Oh, my apologies, the right middle finger of Todt.
Let's talk about latent print card 55-9. Were there usable latent prints on this card?
Yes, I did compare one latent print from the card that I labeled 55-9.
Where did the card indicate that the latent prints were from?
The description written on the back of this card says it was lifted from the front of black iPhone from marker number 1.
In either 55-9 or 55-10, were you able to make any identifications?
I was able to identify one latent print on the card that was labeled 55-9, and I identified that to the right palm print of Todt. And then for 55-10, I did not observe any latent prints of value for comparison on that card.
What about 55-14? Where does that latent print card indicate those latents were recovered from?
So the card that's labeled 55-14, the written description indicates that it was lifted from a Benadryl bottle from the kitchen trash can.
Did you observe any usable latent prints from this card?
I did. I observed 4 latent print impressions on this card that were of value for comparison.
What opinion did you form with regards to 55-14?
So the 4 latent prints that I located were individually labeled. Two of the latent prints, I reached the conclusion of inconclusive, which I explained earlier was there wasn't enough information to make a determination of either identification or exclusion. And then the last two latent prints, one I identified to the right thumb of Todt, and one I identified to the left middle finger of Todt.
You also received latent print cards that you labeled 55-11, 55-12, and 55-13.
Yes.
Where were these print cards labeled that those prints came from?
So the card that I labeled 55-11, that one, the description indicates it was lifted from the side of blade, green/black buck knife. 55-12, the description indicated it was lifted from the side of blade, black and silver buck knife. And 55-13, the description indicates it was lifted from side of blade, black and silver buck knife.
Was there any information in any of those three latent print cards that was able to be utilized by you?
No, I was not able to conduct any comparisons with any latent impressions that were left on these cards.
Was the defendant in any of the latent print cards that you were able to compare excluded from any of the prints that were found?
I did not come to the conclusion of exclusion in any of the latent prints. There were 10 latent prints in total that I compared. 7 I was able to identify to Todt, and the remaining 3 were all listed as inconclusive, which essentially there wasn't enough information to make a determination either way.
And when you indicate identified as Todt, are you referring to Anthony Todt?
Yes, I am.
May I have just a moment?
Of course.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor Sanchez, cross-examination.
Good afternoon. Hello. You never responded to the scene, correct?
No, I did not.
And you don't know where the prints or how the prints got to evidence?
I only know from the point when I was involved in the case, which is going into evidence to recover the latent prints from there.
And you don't know how the prints got to each evidence, correct?
I'm sorry, how do you mean to each evidence?
For example, you don't know how the prints got to the Benadryl box on 55-1.
I can only say that for the ones that I identified, the individual touched those items at some point prior to them being processed and lifted, but the manner in which they arrived there, I couldn't say.
And you're not certain on how long, or it's a long, extensive period of time for that print to be on there, correct? So, for example, it could have been days, it could have been weeks, it could have been months that that print has been on there?
That's correct. I wouldn't have been able to tell how long a print had been left behind on an item.
And you didn't collect the prints, is that correct?
That is correct.
You were talking about there's indication sometimes when there's small prints that you're not able to compare, you kind of just throw out, is that correct?
Yes, if the prints are very small and there's not a lot of information, then we might not be able to utilize that information to do a comparison.
So because you weren't the one who collected the prints, you're uncertain whether or not there was those little small ridges on the, let's just say, the Benadryl box?
I did not collect the prints, so I can only analyze what was provided to me, and I can't say what possibly would have been left on the scene.
And you didn't go back to the scene to see if there was any relevant prints to collect?
I did not respond to the scene at all.
And you received known prints, known print cards from Anthony Todt, correct?
That is correct.
You didn't receive any known print cards from Megan Todt?
That is correct.
So you weren't able to compare Megan Todt with all of these exhibits?
I did not compare Megan Todt to any of the exhibits.
And what is the standard, or how did you determine that Anthony Todt fingerprint is on the Benadryl box? I know you explained it, but how many ridges did you get to determine it's Anthony's?
So each individual print is compared individually. Each print is going to be different in the amount of information that's present in it. There's not a set number in latent prints for, you need this many ridge details to conduct a comparison or make an identification. And the reason being for that is because we actually use, as you guys heard me talk about in the beginning, a lot more information than just individual points to conduct a comparison. So in this case,
I'll just stop you right there. So in other words, this is a subjective test. This is based on your opinion.
to some degree, it is based on my opinion, yes.
Did you have someone check your work?
Yes.
Who checked your work?
The verifier in this case was Kara Bauckham. She's another fully trained examiner.
Did she sign anything?
Yes, she did.
Did you provide that to the state?
The final report was provided to the state.
And it has this, what's the last name?
Her name is Kara Bauckham, B-A-U-C-O-M.
Majority of the prints that you looked at were from Benadryl boxes, correct?
That is correct.
Not from bottles?
If I may refer to my report.
If it will refresh your recollection, you may.
1, 2, 3.
Please look up at me when your memory has been refreshed.
It appears that 8 of the exhibits came from boxes.
Do you personally know what Benadryl is used for?
My understanding of what Benadryl is commonly used for is as a sleep aid.
Outside the scope.
You're not aware of who consumed these Benadryls, correct?
That is correct.
A moment, Your Honor.
No further questions.
Your rep.
No, Your Honor.
Witness step down.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is Ms. West excused from subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
May I approach and retrieve the evidence?
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we're going to take our evening recess. As always, please do not discuss any of the facts of the case with anyone. Please do not conduct any independent research. Please make every effort to avoid any media reports of this trial. If you happen to inadvertently come across any media reports or information about this case from outside of this courtroom, please discontinue watching or reading that information and so indicate when we return. The trial is going to continue tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. The process will be exactly as it was this morning. Our deputies will keep an eye out for you to arrive at the elevators at 9 a.m. I have a small unrelated docket. I do not anticipate that it will impede this trial, and I do anticipate we will get started promptly at 9. Get some rest. We'll see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
Courtroom may be seated. We're going to take our evening recess at this point. Anything else we need to talk about? Defense? State?
No, Your Honor.
Trial will resume tomorrow at 9 a.m. Thank you.